Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They've got him. It's a sack.
Sixers.
Oh, baby.
And Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Here it is to win the game. Spotted, kicked, up. It's good. And the game is over. It's a terrible loss for the Eagles. Again, not critical because they're 8-3. But a terrible loss for the Eagles that they have got to find a way to put it behind them and move on.
It's about being able to fix the things so the things that we made mistakes on tonight, coaching and playing, doesn't repeat itself. And so it's finding that time to be able to do that, and getting up and going back to work, even though you got a bad taste in your mouth. And we're going to have a plane ride home. So it's just about fixing the issues in a short week while you're also trying to prepare for the next team. And so we got to do a good job of that.
Nick Sirianni has heard on 97.3 ESPN a epic collapse yesterday by the Philadelphia Eagles. They lose to the Dallas Cowboys 24-21 after being up 21-0, seemingly in control of the game. And then everything we have discussed over the last couple of weeks came rearing its ugly head. And now doubt starts to creep in as the Cowboys shocked the Eagles yesterday. It's the largest blown lead since 1999. The Cowboys season stays alive, and the Eagles season brings a lot of questions. What's going on, everybody? The Sports Bash is live at the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, where I'm sure yesterday people were throwing their tickets and probably not too happy with the way that game went down. We got a lot of reaction today. Text board is open from Jump Street, 609-403-0973. Where do you start on a game like that? Well, penalties. 14 penalties in the game yesterday. That really tells the story. Lack of discipline, unforced errors, self-inflicted wounds, all of the terms that you hear. Penalties, penalties, penalties. Absolutely crushing. 1. 2. Complete ineptitude in all facets of the game offensively. They can't run, they can't throw, and they don't block. Those three things, big factors in winning and losing, being able to run the ball, being able to pass the ball, and being able to block. Complete ineptitude in all three phases of those games, an offensive offense throughout that game yesterday. Pretty much all day long. Yes, they scored 21 points in the first half, had a couple decent drives, but that second half is a microcosm of everything that I've said that I'm worried about. And, of course, it was, this team doesn't remind me of the 2023 team. That defense was so good, was so bad, and this one's really good. And I kept telling you, it has nothing to do with the defense not being good. Yes, I understand that the defense is really good. But as I kept saying, it only takes one day where your defense just doesn't have it. And if that one day is in a game that your offense isn't holding up its end of the bargain, it doesn't matter that your defense is good in the big picture. It's your defense has to be able to get stops on days where your offense isn't holding up their end of the bargain. And this is the second game now where their offense gave them a lead, and then they sputtered. Denver. And then late in the game, when the defense was like, the offense was like, hey, guys, we can't help you today. Can you get this game done for us? And they couldn't get it done. They could not get it done. The Eagles' defense could not get a stop. They got the one stop on fourth down on the goal line. They did get that stop. I'll give them that one. But ultimately, big plays all over the place. Everybody kept asking, can Cooper DeJean play outside? The answer is no, he can't. That's why you don't put Cooper DeJean on the outside. It was like the Cowboys said, where's 33, and let's go after him. He got destroyed yesterday by Pickens. They went to Pickens in every big spot, and they couldn't stop him. They could not stop the Dallas offense. That's a good Dallas offense. And look, the Eagles defense giving up 24 to Dallas, there's no shame in that. Like, the Eagles should be able to win a game when they hold the Dallas Cowboys, a really high-powered offense, to 24 points. But they couldn't get the job done. And now the questions start to rise. Is this defense, did they start to show some cracks? Is the offense salvageable? Can you salvage what you're watching offensively? I'll ask this question. Poll question up at Mike Gill Show. Did the Eagles' loss to the Cowboys change your outlook on this season? Simple, yes or no. And then you can comment on why. But I definitely want to hear from people out there. I'll tell you this. One, the offensive line, as I've been saying, is a problem. They're just not what they've been. And because they're not what they've been, you can't run the ball. And because you can't run the ball, you are having major, major problems with this offense because, quite frankly, it's an unimaginative offense. It's just not a very good offense. Everybody has a hand in this. We asked the question, the pie chart of ineptitude. Offensive line is on the pie chart. Petula is on the pie chart. Sirianni is on the pie chart. Jalen Hurts is on the pie chart. A.J. Brown on the pie chart. Saquon Barkley on the pie chart. They're all on the chart. They all have a reason why this offense is not very good. But the offensive line doesn't block. And then that goes to the next level, that the quarterback is being asked to do more, and he's not really capable of being that type of quarterback because he's the plays that you could call for him in the passing game are very limited. Right? He's a guy who's limited in what he wants to do in the passing game. It doesn't mean he stinks. It doesn't mean that he just is comfortable doing certain things. And those things open up for him a lot more when they run the football well. Well, they can't run the ball. They can't. And then yesterday, they just stopped trying. They had no purpose with the run game at all. At all. There's just no purpose when they run. And then they got away from it extremely early after Dallas started to kind of get back into that game. Philadelphia got complacent. They felt the pressure. And it was just an epic collapse. It was a complete meltdown. Complete meltdown in that game yesterday. And you could feel it. Soon it was 21-7. Soon it was 21-7. How many people said they ain't winning this game? The dropped interception from Bond. The fumbled punt from Gibson. Oh, my gosh. I mean, you could play in the ACJFL and know that you don't catch a punt inside the 10-yard line. He then catches the ball. He gets atomically blasted. He ends up getting hurt on the play. He fumbles. It's just a disaster. The penalties. The pre-snap penalties. Not covered up. Matt Pryor, get him off the field. That stuff's ridiculous. You can't figure out how to line up straight. A.J. Brown, he gets a penalty. Cam Jurgens got a penalty for moving his head too fast. It was ridiculous. And I'm not blaming the officials. I mean, these pre-snap, the Jurgens thing I thought was a joke. But still, I'm not sitting here saying this is the officials' fault. The officials gave the Eagles one, right? That roughing the kicker. Yeah, the ball is tipped. That shouldn't be a roughing the kicker. They made out on that one. I thought a big mistake in the game, 3rd down and 2. The offense stinks. The only thing that they can do is tush push, and they don't even do that as well anymore. 3rd down and 2, tush push it twice in a row. Instead, they go for it, they throw a pass, and it gets sacked. Anything I miss?
Plenty, but
those things stood out the most. Just terrible game planning offensively. Listen, I think Petula is in over his head. I've said it over and over. I don't think he's the number one reason. I think the offensive line is a big problem. When you're an offensive play caller, a first-time play caller, and you don't have every trick in the toolbox, you're not going to be as good at your job. And he cannot call running plays. He just can't do it right now because they can't block. So, yes, Petula is a part of the problem. But when you're that limited on what you can call, how are you supposed to succeed? Like if I told you, hey, you're a first-time coordinator, but you have no running game, and you're only going to be able to really try it about 15 times because you're just going to get – like, who can succeed under those conditions as the play caller? So I get it. Petullo is on the list. He's high up there. I think he's done a terrible job. I think his offense is vanilla or boring. Quite frankly, I don't even think this is his offense. This is Nick's offense. We know that. That's been the case. Nick's not absolved from any of this. I thought he managed. He's the leader. He's the manager of the football team. And I thought he did a bad job. I think they panicked. I think they got conservative. I think late in the game, he tries that 58-yard field goal. I don't know. I thought the 2 play calls on 3rd and 2, I didn't like that play call. If you go on 3rd and 2, you tush-push, and even if you don't get it, on 4th and 1, do you try another tush-push, and maybe you get that instead of a 58-yard field goal? Do you even think about possibly punting in that situation? Instead, they try a 58-yarder. It's admirable. I trust my guy, but he missed it. A 58-yard field goal, I get it. Like today's world, we think like guys are banging 60-plus yarders all the time. Just send them out there and kick a 60-yarder, a 58-yarder. But in that situation, 58-yarder, he missed it. But it shouldn't have come to that. It shouldn't have come to that. And quite frankly, you're up 21-0. You can't find a way to just tack on a couple of field goals somewhere in there. And they couldn't. The offense is a problem. The offense has been a problem. And we said it only takes one loss. It will only take one loss to magnify how bad this offense is. You got Chicago coming up. You know, when this season started, you're looking at Chicago and kind of laughing. They came in last place. And that's a team that I've been saying, you know, that is interesting, and they're kind of making their ways. They're 8-3. They're in first place right now. They're a better situation than Detroit and Green Bay are. First place on this Black Friday. When you had this game at the beginning of the schedule, it's like, late in the year, you got Chicago and then the Raiders. This is a huge game all of a sudden. If the Bears beat you on Saturday, they then pass you. And they have the head-to-head on you then. So all these head-to-heads, it sounded like, hey, you got the head-to-head on this team, and you got the head-to-head on that team. The Rams have now passed you. And if the Bears beat you on Friday, they will not only pass you, but they will also have the tiebreaker over you. 609-403-0973. Let's get the text board fired up.
Yeah, we got plenty of text to get to here, so let's squeeze in some of them here. Big Allen Violence says some of those penalties that were called yesterday were questionable.
I don't disagree, but I'm not. They're questionable every single week against every single team. The penalty on Dallas yesterday shouldn't even have been a penalty, and it's the only reason it gave you a shot to win the game, Al. Like, what are you talking about?
14 penalties is absurd.
It is.
It's an insane amount of penalties to give up during a game and expect to win that game.
But some of those penalties were definitely their own fault. So, like, while you can find maybe 3 or 4 of them that might
still
not
sloppy.
be.
It's sloppy play.
I'm agreeing with you.
The guy is saying that he thought some of them were ridiculous.
Right, but even if some of them were ridiculous, it doesn't make up for the other 10 that weren't ridiculous.
Right, yeah.
Right, I mean, okay, the roughing the kicker should not have been a penalty.
That was a weird call.
That helped the Eagles out immensely.
You can split hairs all you want.
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying to that guy.
Yeah.
I'm not going to – he's saying they're absurd. I tell my buddy's a Cowboys fan. He texts me all the time complaining about refs. They're always out to get the Cowboys. I said, dude, do you watch football? These refs suck. They suck for every team, not just yours. They stink for everybody. They're the worst of the worst. They're so inept at their job. I'm not blaming them at all because they're bad for everybody. That call against Dallas yesterday is horrible.
Yep.
It's horrible, horrible, horrible. And it helped the Eagles out. It helped the Eagles out, that call.
It
so
did.
Al and Vineland, shove it.
And you know what? Too many times this season, the Eagles would have a big play, massive game-changing play, and it gets called back due to a silly penalty.
The
Too many
penalty on
times that's
Jurgens
happened.
yesterday was ridiculous. That one was ridiculous. That he moved his head too fast.
Yeah, that was dumb.
Did you care for the pass interference penalty that derailed a big play, the Goddard play?
That was a either way call to me.
Yeah, I thought Pickens pushed off more than DeJean got called for the penalty, but I think Pickens had his hand up his face mask.
That was
Yeah,
CD. That was CD, I think.
Was it CD?
Yeah.
I think it was CD, yeah. But still, the penalty was called on DeJean.
Yeah.
And it's like in that call, you should have just said no call because they're both
both
handsy.
hand fighting, but the receiver, if it was Lamb, he had his hand
On his mask.
on his face mask.
Yeah. He was almost using his face as like a leverage to go get the ball.
That's a no call. It's either no call or it's on the offense, but it should be a no call. These penalties, like, dude, you're grown men. There's hand fighting. You freaking figure it out. These referees bail these guys out on everything. By the way, the Eagles got away with another one on the Reed Blankenship interception. He was holding that guy's jersey, and then he intercepts the pass. That's a penalty. That's a clear penalty that the Eagles made out on that they did not call. So, Al, do you have a problem with that? They didn't call that penalty. He's certainly grabbing the jersey there. That's why I'm not in the business of breaking down every single referee mistake. I am well to terms with they suck at their jobs. Every official in that league is horrible. They are horrible. But in saying that, I don't blame them. I'm not giving them a pass for that's why they lost. No, they're horrible for every team, every weekend, every side. You go into the game knowing you're getting screwed. So, Al,
so true.
Al, I strike that one from the reasons
From the
why
docket.
they lost. Yeah.
Monday Marcus chimes in and says, guys, look at Super Bowl winning coaches over the years. Bill Belichick, Andy Reid, Sean McVay, Sean Payton, etc. What do those coaches have in common that ours doesn't? They are all known for being excellent at one side of the ball. Yes, they have the great players and they are great winners. But Sirianni's lack of excellence on one side of the ball, Monday Marcus thinks, is leading to these issues of lack of consistency with the offense.
I will say this. He's not wrong about the concept of what he's saying. This is and I kind of tweeted about this. Sirianni is not a great offensive mind. He's certainly not a defensive mind. But why he has had unprecedented success, and I say unprecedented success, that you cannot take away from him because he's not a boy wonder offensive genius, is that he is a leader. And the one thing I say, because he's not a play caller, because he doesn't run the offense, that's not a fireable offense. What is in question could be his decision to hire Petullo.
Exactly.
Was if him as the leader of the team and him saying, I need someone to lead my offense because that's not my strong suit. Fine. You are smart enough to understand that you should not run the offense. But you then handpicked this guy, and he was ill-equipped. That's on you.
Well, also the culpability of the
It's still an indictment on Sirianni that he can't call plays.
It's an indictment, but it's also an indictment of the people above Sirianni. Half the reason why Doug Peterson got fired was because Doug was like, I want these guys to be my coaches, and the owner was like, no.
I don't know why it would be an indictment on Sirianni that he doesn't call plays. He's won the Super Bowl,
but he can't.
And he doesn't call the plays.
But he's not good at it.
But why does that matter? He doesn't have to be good at it. He's good at what he's good at.
Well,
we live in this world where we're so tunnel vision that you have to call the plays because you're the head coach. No, you don't.
No, it's still an indictment that that his mind is not good enough offensively to call plays. A complex offense. That's an indictment to me on Sirianni.
If he was, it would be an indictment if he was the offensive coordinator. He is not. He
was.
Coach.
He was.
No, he wasn't.
No, I'm saying in his past, he's been an offensive coordinator. He's called plays.
But he never called plays.
He
did not call plays.
He
plays in
when he first got here, he did.
Right.
And
he
he
did.
gave
They
it
were
up
2-5, and he gave up the play calling.
And he gave up the play calling because
Now-
he said, I got hired to be the head coach of the team. I didn't get hired to be the play caller.
Well, guess what? people want Kevin Patullo stripped of his play calling duties and Sirianni take over.
Because they're idiots. Because they
You
just
think they are?
Yes.
You think Patullo deserves the rest of the season?
I didn't say
to
that.
figure it
But I
out?
don't think Sirianni should be the guy
I didn't
either.
say that Sirianni is. People shouldn't be yearning for Sirianni to take over the play calling.
Exactly.
He's not a play caller.
But he might have to take over. Like, this is where we're at right now. He might have to press that red button and take over play calling duties.
If he does, he does. He's the head coach, and he has an offensive background, and he has called plays. I will say this. I went back and looked at the 7 games he called plays. Go look at those games. He threw the ball like 45 times a game.
It was ridiculous.
It was ridiculous. So
Now,
he
Jalen
realized,
threw the ball 39 times yesterday.
and they lost.
But that's part of the
That's not
problem
good.
with all this. That Patullo's background he is a pass game analyst. He is a passing guy. There's a reason why he had such a great relationship with the wide receivers. So
That's good. That's all and good, but he's in over his head right
But
now.
that's the thing. They should have never given him the job because there was nothing in Patullo's background that said, yeah, this guy can call the plays.
But you can't sit there and tell me that this offense is going to get better after scoring 7 points 2 weeks ago, 16 points last week, and
I'm
no
not sitting
points
here
in the
telling
second
you
half.
that. I'm
I
not
don't think
telling you
anyone's
that.
sitting here telling you that. But the problem is
So then what do you do? How do you fix this thing? What are the adjustments you make?
Well, sometimes we just assume that if you switch something, then it's going to work. You know, it's the old, if you pinch hit for this guy here, the pinch hitter would have got a hit, right? Anything we would change in our minds would fix the problem.
Right, the assumption
the problem
that-
with, regardless of who the play caller is they can't run the ball. That's not changing with, if you brought Bill Walsh in to call the plays, they're not blocking up front.
That's
Bill
okay,
Walsh actually might
agree
help actually in
there,
this
but
situation.
scheme wise, I mean, I would like to
But
see this
Pete, wait-
offense with a Kyle Shanahan or.
But
or
Pete, you just
LaFleur.
brought up a great point. Mike, remember we had on, who was it last week that said that the people have told them that they don't even know what Sirianni's offense is. They can't tell if it's West Coast or what it is. That it's a mishmash of things that makes no sense.
I said a couple of weeks ago, maybe last week or the week before, I was sitting here, that Kellen Moore should not have left the Eagles to take that job because that program, that Saints situation's a disaster. That he would have been better off staying here with the same offense for a second year, and that he would have probably got a better situation. And Mosher texted me. He was listening. He was like, do you think Kellen Moore wanted to run this offense with these offensive line situations right now?
Maybe Kellen Moore would have costed himself a coaching job after this season with how this offense is
That's
moving.
the point, though, is we all want to blame the play caller, and I think he's a part of it. Yes, they could have a better play caller. I would not have hired Patullo. I would have hired a more experienced guy. But their offensive line right now is a problem, and it's leading the trickle-down effect, too. It's affecting Saquon Barkley's performances. It's affecting Jalen Hurts' performances. And it's affecting the job that Patullo could do because he doesn't have carte blanche to call what he wants to call. Kellen Moore could call any run play at any time last year, and there's a good chance you were going to get 5 yards. Last year, Saquon Barkley, 3.8 yards a carry before contact. He's not even averaging that many yards per carry this year. 609-403-0973. You can text, you can call. Jeez. I see the messages, people watching on YouTube.
Got to get some
the
water
X platform.
here. Water, please.
McGarry, Grace's Grades, and a special Sal Pal Monday. Sal Pal was in the DFW yesterday, and he's going to react to this loss tonight at 5 o'clock. It's a Sports Pass Live on 97.3 ESPN.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Very concerned about the offense because it's not good enough to beat good teams. It will not be good enough to beat a team like the Rams in the playoffs, the Seattle Seahawks in the playoffs. They're one-dimensional. They're a pass-only success when it comes to the offense ability. Their offensive line loses one-on-ones. They're predictable in their run game. Saquon has not made people miss in space nearly as much as he did last year. And their routes, you can be predictable on offense if you're creative with your route concepts. They're not.
Other than that, things are okay. An epic collapse. The Cowboys shocked the Eagles 24-21. What's the fallout? Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, joins us right now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. As the Eagles lose that game in epic fashion. I mean, you can't even make it up, Mike, how they end up losing that game. But everything that Dan Orlovsky just said, he called them a one-dimensional offense, and I think that's being kind. I don't even know that they're one-dimensional.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I was actually watching. I thought the Eagles had put on Giants uniforms or something. The way they played that second half and then blew a big lead on the road. That's the Giants' forte. They did it again yesterday. The Eagles did it yesterday. But Mike, far be it from me to be the voice of sanity here, the voice of calmness. I'm here to tell you all is not lost. It's not as bad as you Eagle diehards think it is right now.
So it's not as bad. What makes you think that way? Why would you watch that game yesterday? And not only that game, Mike, it's the last couple of weeks where their offense has really struggled. What would make you say that game was an aberration?
Right. Couple things. First of all, going into the game, I'm not surprised that the Cowboys won the football game. Now, am I surprised at how they were able to win the football game? Yes, but I'm not surprised that the Eagles, on a short week, going on the road to a division opponent that needed the game at all costs, kitchen sink game for them. I'm not surprised that the Philadelphia Eagles lost that game. Now, I am surprised at the way they lost the game. When you get up 21-0 in a football game, you obviously have to win the football game. Overall, I think it's helpful to look at things from two perspectives. One is the Eagles against the rest of the NFL. I still think as long as the Eagles win this Friday against the Chicago Bears, and I think they will, and I think they'll win handily Friday against the Chicago Bears at home.
Wow.
I think the Eagles are in good shape to be the 2 seed probably, maybe still an outside shot at the 1 seed, but the 2 seed. And the 2 seed means you're going to have to go to Los Angeles, maybe Seattle, and win a conference championship game. I'll take my chances with that. I don't want to go on the road for 2 playoff games, but I can go on the road for 1. Especially, I'll go to Los Angeles because I guarantee you there'll probably be more Eagles fans in SoFi Stadium than there are Rams fans. So I think when you look at the Eagles against the rest of the NFL, the Eagles still look pretty good. Now, where the problem is the Eagles against themselves, the Eagles against last year. This team obviously has offensive issues, and according to most people, it's one of 2 things. It's the play calling or it's the play of the offensive line. It's probably both, but something needs to change offensively because they're not scoring enough to defend a Super Bowl title right now.
They're not scoring enough, and part of the reason why is their offensive line, right? When you watch this team, like over the years, they've always had an offensive line. Like they have had this offensive line really in place, going back to the first Super Bowl that they won. They had a great offensive line, and that has been the one constant. And one of the reasons why they cannot get any constant offense is they can't block.
Well, I would agree. But last year they did block. And if you're trying if you're trying to run the same offense, play with the same sort of offensive philosophy that you played with last year when the offensive line was humming and operating on a 10 on a scale of 1 to 10. Now, if you tell me that offensive line is operating at a 5, be it injuries or whatever, wear and tear, decline of guys as they get older, to me, and this goes back into the play calling, you can't play the way you played last year. If the offensive line can't block for those plays, I come back to it. You need new plays. You need a different approach. But I will say, no one was complaining about the offensive line when they scored on their first 3 possessions yesterday. So at 21-0, the offensive line must have been doing a good job. Now, the rest of the game, not so much. But if you can't play the way you played last year because the offensive line isn't as good this year as it was last year, then you got to change the way you play, and that's where it comes to the coaches.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. So you're at this stage of the season. They went down this road a couple of years ago. They fired the defensive coordinator. That didn't go well. So do you do something that bold at this stage of the season again?
Yeah, I mean, great question, except, here's what I would say. I believe when they fired the defensive coordinator last time, they went to Matt Patricia, which didn't work out so well. If you fire the play caller or you take the play calling away from the offensive coordinator, who's going to call the plays? I mean, that would be my question.
Right.
What I would rather see is I think there's got to be, like last week we talked about the word out of the building, Jalen Hurts is not throwing the ball where he's supposed to be throwing the football. And I said the same thing to you. If your Super Bowl winning MVP quarterback can't execute the play the way you want to, get new plays. If your offensive line can't block the way you played last year, you got to come up with a different style of playing football. Get the ball out of his hands. I don't know, misdirect, do this, do that. There's got to be an answer to this situation of why they're struggling so much offensively. Because as good as that defense is right now, again, I don't think they can score. And I think you would agree, I don't think the offense is good enough to win a Super Bowl. Is it good enough to get to the NFC title game? Probably, maybe. But it's not good enough to go on the road and win in the playoffs right now consistently.
And that's the thing, Mike, is, we all saw what Saquon did last year. He had a memorable, historic season. And last year, he got 3.8 yards a carry before contact. I mean, before anybody touched him, he got almost 4 yards per carry. This year, that number's down to 1.8. I mean, he is barely getting any room to run. Although, watching him, do we see the same player? Do we see that there's a guy there that's just not the same player that he was a year ago? And you're handcuffed if you're the play caller if you don't have that guy in your back pocket.
Yeah. I mean, but Mike, I'll tell you something right now, and I bet you could stop any Giant fan on the street and ask them the same exact question. They'll give you the same exact answer. This Saquon Barkley that you're seeing this season, that the Philadelphia Eagles are seeing this season, this is the guy I saw for the majority of the time when he was in New York. That's why when the Giants let him go, myself and a lot of other people with rooting interest for the Giants said, well, under perfect circumstances, I'd like to keep Saquon Barkley, but overall, he's been a bit of a disappointment with the New York Giants. Now, you can tell me that's because the Giants had a crappy offensive line too. Granted, and the Eagles will win that move for the rest of their lives because he comes over to Philadelphia. He has one of the greatest seasons a running back has ever had in the NFL, and they win a Super Bowl. That stays forever. Right? So the Eagles win that argument, but the Saquon Barkley that you're seeing right now is the guy that played for the New York Giants. And again, I come back to the fact that I don't know if the coaches are adjusting to the current circumstances that the Eagles are facing. You can't call the game the way they called it last year.
Is this a chicken and the egg situation, though? All right, listen. Everybody loves blaming the coach, and I'm not trying to absolve him. I think he has a role in this. I don't think that he's nearly creative enough. I think their offense is very vanilla. That said, if the run game doesn't work, right, you're taking that out of his playbook, essentially. Like, hey, I'm calling run plays. They're not working. We're not executing in the run game, which now limits your passing attack because, let's be honest, Hurts is a good player. He's a good passer, but there's a lot of passing plays that he doesn't like to throw either. So if you can't run and then your passing game is so limited, you're down to the offensive coordinator really has some tough choices to make here.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that, Mike, but I still think you have to try. You can't come out and do what you did last year if it's not working. And you can't come out and I think with the way the offense played from the second quarter on yesterday, with the way the offense has played the last couple of weeks, you have to do something different here. If for no other reason, and you have a tremendous defense. So why waste that defense if you're not going to try to fix the offense? So to me, you have to fix it. And there might be no answer, Mike. There might be, this is it. And the Eagles will have a great season. They'll win 12, 13 football games. They'll win in the wild card round. They'll win in the division round. They might lose on the road in the NFC title game. That's still a great season. But I think you've got to try to change or improve the problems that we all see with the Eagles offense right now. Because this is, they talk about the sum of the parts being greater than the whole or whatever. The individual talent that the Eagles offense has is too good for them to be scoring points like this. Look at football yesterday. The Eagles scored 16 points against the Detroit Lions, 8 days ago. The Giants went into Detroit with Jameis Winston at quarterback and hung 27 on the Lions. The Eagles have to be able to score. There's just too much talent on the field for them to be this inept offensively. I don't care who's on the offensive line.
I agree with that. Every time, if you're the offensive and I say you have A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts, Dallas Goedert, and this is all you can do, you better be looking for a different job next year, I would imagine.
Yeah, figure out a way to get the ball to A.J. Brown quicker. Figure out a way to get Devontae Smith in it. Give Jalen Hurts maybe he uses his legs more. Maybe you give him easier throws. You figure out a way to get Saquon Barkley on track. If Saquon Barkley can't get on track, maybe you mix in Tank Bigsby there or something else. There's got to be – this team has too much talent at the skill positions for them to be playing offensive football the way they are playing it right now.
Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. And, of course, the Eagles are right back at it on Black Friday against the first place Chicago Bears. And all of a sudden, Mike, that game turns into a very important one. Whereas Dallas wins, they're now got a heartbeat. Chicago beats you. They pass you in the standings, and they have the head-to-head on you. This game all of a sudden turned into a much more important game than anyone could have predicted when it dropped on the schedule for Black Friday back in May.
Yeah, absolutely. To me, Mike, this game, if the Eagles are serious about defending their Super Bowl title, this game is a must-win for the Philadelphia Eagles. If they lose this game, they're probably, a 3 seed at best, probably. And that means you're on the road in the division round, and you're probably on the road in the championship game. And again, I don't want to go on the road and play more than one football game. It's hard to win playoff games on the road. I don't know. Off the top of my head, I would say Jalen Hurts has never been the winning quarterback in a road playoff game, in another team's, regular playoff game, not a neutral site Super Bowl deal, obviously. So, yeah, to me, Eagles win this game. They still got a shot at the 1 seed, and they're probably no worse than the 2 seed. But if they lose this game, all bets are off. I think this is a must-win for the Philadelphia Eagles on Friday. And I think people better be careful about the Chicago Bears. I don't know if the Bears are ready yet to come in. I know they're playing well. I know they're on a streak. I know they got, the coach, the quarterback. They got the tight end in Cole Loveland. They got a couple good wide receivers. They got the guy from Rutgers, Kyle Monangai, scoring touchdowns and stuff like that. Everybody loves to talk about the Bears. But again, this is a Chicago team that 2 weeks ago was down 10 points in the fourth quarter to the Giants at home. So let's not get carried away with the Bears.
All right, we'll talk more about that game on Wednesday when Mike's back right here on the Sports Bass Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Mike, thanks, man.
All right, you Eagles fans, hang in there. All is not lost. All is not lost. You could be a Giants fan. We're firing everybody. Defensive coordinators, head coaches, Eagles fans, take a deep breath. Enjoy Thanksgiving. Talk to me on Friday night about 7 o'clock. We'll see you down the road, Mike.
See you, man. Yes, by the way, the Giants fired their defensive coordinator today.
And an old friend got fired as well last night.
It was going to be Eagles
out on the West Coast.
Raiders. Chip Kelly was going to be in Philly in a couple of weeks. Chip Kelly got fired.
He's
last
gone.
night.
He did take the high road. If you read his statement,
Not good enough.
good for him. $6 million to take the high road.
There's a guy at the Super Bowl at Radio Row last year. I said I thought he looked like Chip Kelly.
I remember that.
He was offended, heavily
he
offended.
Said, "What are you talking about,
Yeah,
sir?"
he wanted to fight me. Can't remember who that guy was, but I was like, "Yeah, man. Does anybody ever tell you look like Chip Kelly?" We thought it was Chip Kelly. We thought it was.
Like Chip Kelly.
It looked just like him. Come on. All right, poll question at Mike Gill Show. Did that loss yesterday against Dallas change your outlook for the Eagles season at all? Vote at Mike Gill Show. We'll update the poll. A 99 Bottles update coming up as well. And your text messages, 609-403-0973. More Sports Bash on the way.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
But we have to find a way to be, anytime you're one-dimensional, that makes it tough. I think we didn't have the run game going again. And when I say that, it's on everybody. It's on the coaching. It's on the playing. In this game of football, it's never just one thing. And so we got to identify what it is and try to get better from it.
He admitted we're one-dimensional, and they got to fix it.
What dimension is that, actually?
Not a good one. Their offense is painful to watch. It's not a fun offense to begin with. They run the ball a lot. Now, when they're running, they have these explosive runs like last year where Saquon's getting these big runs. They're fun, but they plot and just kind of move their way down the field. That's not fun. Not a fun offense. By the way, not fun news. Andrew Makuba is going to be probably done for the season, I would imagine. Makuba is got an ankle fracture. It will require surgery per sources, and he is going to injured reserve. And I would imagine with an ankle fracture, yikes, that's not great.
And that's another thing that we haven't talked about yet is they came
one
out of
report,
yesterday's
real
game
quick,
banged up.
One report saying he suffered a fractured leg. That's Garofolo. And Jeremy Fowler said it's an ankle. I don't know if that changes the timeline at all.
I don't know if it changes the timeline, but I tend to think that it sounds, at least the way they're describing it, similar to what Cam Scadaboo had.
Well, that was pretty bad.
Well, I mean, that's a gruesome.
Yeah, that one was.
It's actually better when you fully break it than when you don't, because then they just reset it and then you heal properly.
That was almost like it was dislocated, though, because it was going in the wrong direction.
It was dislocated and broken.
I would listen. And
that happened on the final play of the game, or the Pickens play, right?
It was late in the game, yeah. Makuba has had a nice year, but he's not like an impactful guy. Like you probably haven't heard his name in weeks. So losing Makuba, I don't think is like, oh my God, they lost Makuba. It's coupled with that you also lost Blankenship yesterday.
Exactly.
And I don't know how long he's going to be out for.
And Adoree Jackson with a concussion again.
There's no way Adoree plays on a Friday. 4 days after
it's a short week, getting these guys back,
no way.
That's not going to be, I don't know what happened to Blankenship. They haven't really said anything there. But he looked like he grabbed the back, like hamstring area. That's never a good sign. But now you're playing Sidney Brown, and I don't even know who the other safety was at times yesterday. Who else was playing? I mean, I guess Makuba was out there till the end for the most part.
He was out till the end, yeah, almost the very last play.
But you're not going to have Makuba on Sunday, that's for sure. So Sidney Brown's in the mix, and right now Sidney Brown is not very good. You're going to probably be without Adoree, which means you're going probably to either Ringo or Jacorian Bennett, or I saw a lot of Michael Carter on the field yesterday.
You might see Michael Carter at safety now.
He got worked yesterday on a couple plays I saw.
Right, so now you're like robbing Peter to try to pay Paul here because DeJean can only, you can only have him one spot at a time. And you can only have him at one spot at a time. And I don't think playing him on the outside is his best spot. It weakens the rest of the defense by playing him at a spot that he's not his best at. He's at his best when he's playing in the slot. That's where he's at his best.
By the way, Andre Sam is still on the practice squad, so that's probably your quote-unquote most experienced guy on the practice squad.
Well, you got a problem at safety, okay? You got a problem at safety.
Big problem.
You got a problem at safety, and this Bears team, they are creative in the pass game. They're creative in the pass game. They got some good weapons. The tight end's very good. This is a challenge, and your defense, which you were counting on, this is who you lean on, right? Now all of a sudden there's cracks in that armor as well. By the way, 99 Bottles is Wednesday. We'll be at Maynard's at Margate. Stop out and see us. Everybody's invited because if some of the 99 people that qualified, if they do not show up, there is a waiting list. You can sign up and get on the waiting list, and if someone doesn't show, we will start calling names off the waiting list, and you can win great prizes. Eagles Club Box tickets, Sixers tickets, Flyers tickets, concert tickets. By the way, I have been told today that all 99 tickets have been secured.
Whoa.
When we come back, it's Grayson's Grades. Scott Grayson joins us right here on the Sports Bash.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They got him again!
Sixers.
Bang! It's good! Ball game!
And Flyers.
Tipped in front of the net!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Punt is away. It's high. Gibson looks up. Gibson catches it at the 3. Comes up across the 10. Goes to the outside. He cuts back at the 15. He fumbles. He hits the ball. He fumbles. And the Cowboys are on it. The Cowboys are on it. He tried to do too much. He fumbled. And the Cowboys have it at the Eagles 7.
Xavier Gibson, with that fumble, pretty much cost them the game at that moment. I mean, there was a lot of things that forced them into some moments. That one right there, inexcusable. And Grayson's Grades joins me right now. Scott Grayson from Fox 29. His grades are up at 97.3 ESPN.com. They're brought to you by the Bridgeton Auto Mall. Are you ready to score your next big drive? Head straight for the end zone at Bridgeton Auto Mall. Gibson got an F. How was he the only guy that got an F is what I want to know.
I had quite a few D's there, and that's because, look, for at least 19 minutes, they played with their hair on fire in a good way. But, yeah, so, I mean, Mike, it was awful. Nobody needs me to tell them that. And I'm not going to point the finger right at Xavier Gibson, but that one play at that moment in the game, they lost 20 yards of field position. Who knows what would have happened after that if he didn't do that? I'm like, listen, I admire somebody who wants to make a play, but there's a fine line between making a play and making a bad decision. And I thought that was a stupid decision.
Yeah, there's a reason why this guy has been cut by teams like the Jets and the Giants. These are plays that this guy has in his past. You're bringing this guy in here. He's made no impact, and then he costs you the game with that boneheaded play. You've got one of the best punt returners in the league sitting on your practice squad, and you have decided that you're going to go with Xavier Gibson. You would think that play there, I mean, it doesn't – you could play junior league football and know you don't field a punt inside the 10-yard line.
Yeah, and you had to believe somebody's yelling at him, like, get away, get away. Somebody had to be there yelling at him, like, you don't return that, no, you know. And then there's just so many things wrong. And listen, you mentioned it, like, that comes down to coaching, right? You've got to be coached as to, listen, if you start, you're going to start at, say, the 10-yard line, and if you backpedal at all, you let it go. There's certain things, there's certain elements to all that has to be coached into these guys. And that's where, I mean, my biggest frustration with everything yesterday, when you look across the board, an undisciplined, unfocused team that made a lot of mistakes, mental mistakes, part of it, that's, to me, screams lack of preparation, lack of coaching.
Well, a lot of lack of preparation stuff that we can get into because let's take a look at the grades here. You said Gibson was the only guy that got an F. Petula got a D. Sirianni got a D. Let's start with those two guys because the preparation in the offense, they can't run the ball. The offensive line is struggling. They threw the ball better yesterday, at least in the first half. They had a lot of 3-and-outs. When you look at the role that the two offensive minds had, let's talk about them getting Ds.
Well, you know, here's my frustration with Kevin Petullo. And we'll take yesterday, for example, but I think you could roll – I've now seen a sample size that is 11 games, and I don't see adjustments. I see them come out and do things well. The Cowboys obviously made some adjustments to what they were doing. A.J. Brown had 3 catches on the opening drive. I think he had 5 catches by halftime. And that was all still in the part of the game where they were dominating. They went away from A.J. Brown. And all the people who want to feel like, oh, A.J. just got the ball, he was having success. And when they went back to him later in the game, he did what he does, which was make guys miss tackles and tack on some yardage to plays. What bothers me the most is that there's a lack of adjustment to the adjustment. The opponent is going to adjust to what you're doing once they figure out what you're doing. This offense does not show any sign of being able to counter to that. So if what the adjustment was to figure out, they were putting 5 guys on the line of scrimmage. We heard several guys talk about this as if they were shocked that the Cowboys did this. They did it the week before. How are we not prepared? How are you not prepared to handle that? And how you're going to block it, how you're going to run against it, how you're going to deal with it when they do it. And so I'm at the point where with Kevin Patullo, I'm not necessarily one of those people who's saying, take the offensive coordinator spot away from him. The mid-season change of roles, the Eagles tried that a couple years ago. Remember on defense, and it went horribly wrong. I don't think you do that. But I'm at the point where the definition of insanity, right? If you're going to expect different results, don't keep doing the same thing. They're doing that. And they're getting similar results with this offense. I'm at the point where I think Patullo needs a little bit of help, and I think they need to go out and find an offensive consultant. Somebody in like a Doug Peterson, like a Frank Reich, who can help him, like tutor him a little bit here.
Yeah.
And part of the problem is, Mike, when you can't make a coaching change, Kellen Moore didn't leave till after the Super Bowl. By then, all the jobs are taken. So you have to pick from within or pick somebody from another staff that is really inexperienced, and you've got to hope they can do it. And I'm not necessarily saying Patullo is going to stink at this for the rest of his career. But there's clearly some issues here that he has to learn, and I think they need to make some sort of adjustment to counter that.
Listen, and Scott, I agree with what you're saying. Listen, I would not have hired him. I think this is a team, I kind of liken it to, hey, you bought a Lamborghini for a first-time driver and handed him the keys, and the guy's been driving the speed limit with 2 hands on the wheel the whole time because he doesn't want to crash this brand-new sports car. Well, you had a Lamborghini. You needed a coordinator that knew how to drive the Lamborghini. I didn't know if that guy was out there. Maybe there wasn't a more veteran guy. But I do remember, and you were there, Britton Covey told us at the Super Bowl that when they hired Brian Johnson, he felt that they should have hired a guy with more experience because that team was ready to win. They didn't need a first-time play caller. They needed someone who had a little bit more voice in the room. And now you have a run game that's struggling. You have a passing game that's very limited, whether that's because your quarterback doesn't like to throw the ball between the hashes. So if you are a first-time coordinator who has all of these like shackles on, how are you supposed to be good at your job if you can't run the ball and you're limited in what you can call in the pass game?
Yeah, and to be fair, I think Jalen has to own some of this too. He's the one who checks out of plays at times. And so Patullo may call something that might actually be the right thing to call in that spot, but Jalen's checking out. So what I feel like, Mike, is you have a bunch of people who are reading different pages in the same book, right? They're on different chapters. They're not even in the same chapter. So I think you've got to get Nick has to get Patullo and Jalen to sit down together and make sure that they're on the same page. Because what I don't see right now, that offensive line, I can't imagine what the film room looks like this week with Jeff Stoutland. I can't imagine the way he is, how meticulous he is, that he's okay with what's going on with that offensive line, which is another issue. But then you play it forward and how the run game is supposed to work with everything else. Nobody's on the same page here. This offense, as you said, the Lamborghini, they have a lot of high-priced, parts on display. And it's sputtering out. I mean, for 41 minutes, they don't score a single point. I'm sorry, as talented as they are and as much as they are built, to Howie Roseman's credit, has a roster built to win another Super Bowl. I can't say this team right now in its current form is going to do that unless something changes.
Well, something changing would be interesting. You gave a D to Saquon Barkley. They can't run the ball. Do you run? You change you can't change the play caller. You really don't have anybody else to do it. Some people have said Sirianni. He has been a play caller for 7 games that did not go very well. He passed it over to Steichen. You can't really run the ball. You gave Barkley a D. Is this Barkley? Is it the line? Is it a combination? Because we do see Tank Bigsby get in there in very small. He only had 1 carry yesterday, but even that 1 carry had a little bit more explosion than Barkley. And I will say, when they gave Barkley that extension, I was not a fan of that decision. I get it. The team did right by him, which is admirable. But that's a lot of touches last year. You had 2,000 yards. Did you think he was really going to ever have a better year than that? That, to me, was a, hey, thank you for a great year, and not a smart decision.
I understand that. Here's where I'm at on Saquon. I don't think he's 100%, but he's a gamer, and he's not going to take himself out, and the doctors aren't going to take him out. So we're at the point where this is what you're going to get from Saquon until they reach a place where they can rest him, and he will step back and take the rest. When will that happen? If and when they lock up their seed and can no longer do anything. So I think we look at these next 4 or 5 games, and you say, wow, they really need to win these. For the sake of the guys that are banged up, like a Saquon Barkley. I don't know what or to what extent, but he's not hitting those holes. He's not breaking tackles like he was, a year ago. I think he can get there by playoff time, but I think he needs probably 2 weeks at least to heal up a little bit and be fresh. That's what you see from Tank. Tank is fresh. He's 100%. He hits those holes with a little bit more burst. And so I don't think that it's necessarily that Saquon has lost a step or lost anything. I just think he's not 100%. So he doesn't have all the air in the tires, right? He doesn't have that ability to hit that hole the first second he sees it. By the time he gets there, there's a little bit off. I think the offensive line is to blame a little bit as well. Now, yes, Tank is hitting some of those holes with a little bit more of a burst. But those guys aren't crushing it either. And so I think the biggest key for this team, if they want to go and get a running game going again with Saquon as that feature piece, they need to lock up something and be able to rest Saquon and some other guys in that final game with perhaps the 1 seed. If you do, win out, I don't see the Rams winning out. You've got a shot at that 1 seed still, very real possibility. So if you can get Saquon a good 2 weeks off, I think you get a much better version of him in the playoffs, and I think it'll do a lot for this run game. But the offensive line has got 14 penalties. I mean, come on. Just inexcusable.
Well, let's go to some of the things. You gave Jalen Hurts a C. He's an interesting culprit in all of this. He is the most – I was talking about this yesterday. He's won a Super Bowl. He's a Super Bowl MVP. He's got this unbelievable record. If I was at a bar, like the bar we're sitting at here, the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean, and I said to somebody, hey, tell me about Tom Brady. He's unbelievable. He's the best of all time. If I said about Peyton Manning, unbelievable. Drew Brees. If I was in any of those cities and asked about the quarterback, I would have universal admiration, no debate. If I went to the same bar in Philadelphia and said, hey, tell me about Hurts, I could get 10 different answers. He's great. He stinks. He's awesome. He's the reason they win. He's horrible. He holds them back. You gave him a C, which kind of exemplifies what we're talking about here. Is he part of the success of the offense? Is he part of what holds the offense back? What role did he have in the 21-0 lead and then the 3-and-outs and no scoring in the second half?
That's why it's a C to me. I think he was playing A-style ball in the first, 19 minutes of the game. And then when the offense needed a spark, not even he delivered it. He took a sack, 3rd and 2. Bad sack, man. You can't take that. And he's got to know that. I don't know why he stayed in the pocket that long. He hardly ever stays in there that long. And he just stayed there. And he didn't really find a way out to go extend the play. And that's where he's had success. He can do that. And he's got receivers who can improvise once he does that. So to me, Jalen is, you're right. You look at his stats. If you were to put up a piece of paper with no name on it and see how much he's won, Super Bowl MVP, been to 2 Super Bowls in the last 3 years. I mean, you're looking at that guy going, wow, he's on track to be a Hall of Famer. But when you put a name on it and you see what you see, there are times you have to go, man. Those are the games where you build a little bit of a legendary status. You get those fourth quarter game-winning drives. I thought maybe they would get that. And then he takes that sack on 3rd and 2. And you go, wow. I mean, not only do they have to now punt, for sure, field position when the Cowboys only need a field goal with a great kicker to win it. And I'm just left scratching my head because, again, I look at this offense and I ask, Kevin Patullo deserves all of the blame. I'm not necessarily going to sit here and point my finger squarely at him. When he sits down with Jalen Hurts and they go over the game plan for the week, what is that like? How much does Jalen void because he says, oh, no, I don't want to run that? No. I mean, I don't want – and to go back to the report from Derek Gunn last week. How much does Jalen have some of these guys in that organization over a barrel? How much does he have? Hey, they're paying me all this money. What are you going to do? You ain't going to get rid of me.
Right.
I don't know if there's any truth to that. I have no reason to not believe Derek Gunn at this point. But you look at Jalen Hurts, and that's why he needs to see. You look at the stats. You look at the stats and where he ranks among quarterbacks in the league. He's on average around 15. That's not elite, but the guy does. And I thought yesterday was going to be one of those games they were going to find a stupid way to win a game after losing full control of it, and they didn't. And I think that might be the best thing for them because they kept getting by winning games occasionally, right? In the last 2 weeks even, where they probably should have lost.
Yeah.
So they keep going, oh, it's fine, we're winning. This is not going to lead you to a Super Bowl the way you're playing right now.
I agree with that. I do agree that the loss is probably best for them, that they needed this loss. They need to kind of get a little self-reflection, look at yourself in the mirror. That being said, is this the precipice for more losses, or will this loss help? That's where playing on a short week against a Bears team that when the schedule came out and you saw the Bears on Black Friday, you figured, this will be a walk in the park, Thanksgiving. This game now becomes optimal for two reasons. One, you've now lost. Two, if they beat you, they will pass you in the standings and have the tiebreaker over you.
It's correct. And you suddenly start kissing that one seed, the possibility of it much further away from seeing it potentially come into your grip. And to me, this team needs to be at home. I just think they need to be at home. And the weather, isn't going to bother Chicago. They're used to this. It's not like when the Rams came here last year in the playoffs and it was snowing. This is a huge game, monumental game. And so for that, I'm going to turn this back on Nick Sirianni. How do you get your team regrouped in a short week here? To the captains on this team, the guys who are the ones saying you got to look in the mirror. Everybody to a man has to look in the mirror here. Okay? How are you guys coming out at home on Black Friday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon? That crowd's going to be juiced up and ready to go. This is a monumental game. This is a must-win game to me if, for the goal that you have to win a Super Bowl. I think you need to have this game. So you have that extra tiebreaker, and you're probably going to end up putting yourself in position to be no worse than the 2 seed. Mm-hmm. What were they last year? So I think, this game is huge for – and I'm really curious. I mean, look, you got to pay attention to what's going to happen with Reed Blankenship, Andrew Makuba. How healthy are they? Are they going to be able to play?
Makuba's out. He has a fractured ankle. He is done.
Yeah, that part I knew. Reed Blankenship.
That news, the Makuba news just came down. He is going to have surgery. He has a fractured ankle and is probably going to be done for the year.
That hurts. This is where you look back at the Jair Alexander trade, and you wonder what spot, what role could he have played? Because frankly, when Adoree Jackson went down yesterday, the Cowboys had to be licking their lips as they saw these injuries racking up. That secondary was well depleted. And they just don't have depth. As much as they think they have depth, they don't have depth there. Keely Ringo, decent special teams player. Keely Ringo, I don't want to see him on defense. I just don't. And they tried to play DeJean on the outside, and that didn't go very well either. No, it's just – and on a short week, you've got to prepare for a mobile quarterback that's feeling good. Ben Johnson's got that offense kind of rolling. Talk about an offensive coordinator who knows what he's doing and how to scheme up plays. Yep. You're going to see that on the other side. So this is a huge game. And the finger goes squarely pointed directly at Nick Sirianni and trickles down from there. How are you guys going to regroup from this and come out with some fire and energy? And I'll tell you, Mike, one of the things that upset me the most yesterday that I heard after the game was when Nick said he didn't think his team took the foot off the gas. I have plenty of visual evidence to show you otherwise.
Well, he's about to talk. We'll have that for you coming up next right here on the Sports Bash. That is today's edition of Grayson's Grades, and a couple of guys got passing grades. They were mostly on the defensive side of the ball. Check them out over at 973ESPN.com. As Scott Grayson from Fox 29 with Grayson's Grades, as always, right here after every Eagles game on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Scott, happy Thanksgiving, man.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving to you too, Mike. Thank you.
All right, we'll talk to you, pal. And, of course, he is brought to you by the Bridgeton Auto Mall. Are you ready to score your next big drive? Head straight to the end zone at Bridgeton Auto Mall. All right, when we come back, Nick Sirianni is about to speak. We will carry that for you.
That's troubling, too. The fact that it's Thanksgiving week, I mean, how many of these players are going to want to actually spend time thinking about what they did wrong and how to fix it when you got turkey in the oven and, Thursday's coming?
Well, turkey was in the oven the day before. The question will be, will you be so tryptophan comatose that you can't get up for the game on Friday?
That's real. That's real.
Woo! All right, Black Friday is your home for Eagles football, 97.3 ESPN. The coverage at 2, the kickoff at 3. And we're live from 12 to 2 on Friday. It's a special edition. Josh will be live Friday from 12 to 2, leading into the Eagles game right here on 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, Nick Sirianni speaks after that game yesterday. What does he have to update us on today? Find out next. All right, waiting on Nick Sirianni. When he gets to the podium, we'll have him here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, you can watch the show live on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Like, share, subscribe. A couple people watching online right now, commenting in. I like Tony. He owns it. Says, Mike, you were right. I was wrong. Sickening how the Eagles blew that. Undisciplined, conservative second-half play calling. Barkley looks like he's thinking when he runs. Secondary decimated. Well, Tony, I only call it like it is, man. I call it like I see it. I hate to be right in this one. I did pick the Eagles to win I did pick the Cowboys to win on Friday's show. 31, I think I said 31-17 or 31-18 or something stupid like that.
You didn't predict the Cowboys scoring 24 unanswered points?
Not necessarily, but
I don't think anybody did.
The way that the game went, was like, oh, the Eagles will jump out to a lead, but I just didn't think they were going to win the game because I don't think they have enough offense. Like, I just don't think their offense is very good. This has nothing to do, like, people are like, our defense is so much better than 2023. Yeah, no crap. You can't play defense like that every week in this league, right? And then we talked about it. Well, if the Eagles' offense struggled because of the wind, which is what I was told, right? Oh, it was so windy out. Well, then the other offenses struggled because of the wind. So their defense is really good. It's not like elite. All right, Nick Sirianni is walking to the podium. He is ready to go, and we have him for you right now on the Sports Bash.
Yeah, hi, Nick. Obviously, the offense continues to be a talking point after the first 12 weeks. What gives you confidence that with 6 weeks to go, it can find its footing without, possibly making any coaching changes?
Yeah, I feel like we got the right people as players, as coaches that have had success. And we're all searching for answers to make it more consistent. There's some good things. Obviously, there's some not so good things. And we got to find the things that we really can hang our hat on, and then the compliments that come off of that. When we talk about identity, we always want to play tough, detailed together. That's never changing. But the way you play each individual game obviously can change. So it can't be just, hey, well, we got to run it better, or hey, we got to pass it better, or hey, we got to play action better. Because at some point in each of these games that we have left, and really all that we're focused on is this next one, it'll have to be a little bit of everything and to reach the goals that we want to reach.
We'll go to John and then Elliot.
Hey, Nick, can you confirm Drew's going to be out and fractured his ankle, and also in correlation to that, potentially Michael moving back to the back end, and how you thought he played in the opportunities he had in Dallas? Yeah. You guys saw the report. He'll be out for some time and for a little bit, and we'll see. I'll never put a timetable on a guy. We'll see how long. But he'll miss a little bit of time here. But we'll see how long. I think we have good options there. Mike will be in one of them. Sydney. Reed's still back there, manning everything back there, and we got some guys that we have confidence in on the practice squad as well. So this is why you need your entire roster. It's never just the 53 guys; it's the 70 guys, and you never know when those guys' opportunity will come, and here we are.
We'll go to Elliot and then Dave.
Hey, Nick. Last night, Saquon said after the game he thought the Cowboys maybe wanted it a little bit more. I was wondering what it means to you when a leader of the team says something like that.
Yeah, obviously we want to go out and put our best effort out at every point. And I felt like when I watched the tape, I saw the effort at sky high on both sides of the ball, on special teams. Obviously they went and they got the win. So there's always things that factor into it as far as, our determination, our effort. I saw that it was high. And we all have to be there. And I think, like I said, we were. Obviously, Saquon felt something last night, and he's got a great pulse for everything. But as you watch the tape, as you look at the tape, which obviously after the game we don't have the luxury of looking at the tape before we go in and talk to you guys. But I felt like the effort was really, really high in that game, and hats off to Dallas. They played a good game and they got us.
We'll go to Dave and then Jeff McClain.
Nick, have you contemplated making a change at the offensive play caller position? And if not, why the confidence in Kevin this far into the season?
Yeah, no, I haven't. And again, I think that it's never. I think we always are looking for answers. As coaches, we're always looking for answers, and we're never into assigning blame. It's just looking for answers. And I think what sometimes can happen is it's just this. Well, it's not just that, and it's every piece of the puzzle: coaching, playing, execution, scheme, everything. We got to be better in all of those aspects. And so yesterday, I thought Kevin did a good job of calling it. Obviously he's going to want plays back, just like every player and myself. We all want plays back. And so when you're going through it like that, that's what you're always looking at and it's never in football just one thing, even though you're always trying to find answers. So no, I haven't considered that, Dave.
We'll go to Jeff McClain and then Jeff Nyberg.
Yeah, sorry about that, Nick. Nick, I was just hoping to get some clarification on this 5-down thing. Landon Dickerson said, after the game that, or at least suggested that, there wasn't enough time on task done to prepare for it because it wasn't typically something the Cowboys had done. And yet, they had been doing it the last few games, and even Jalen Hurts had said that, they were trying to get their, the 3 good defensive tackles on the field at the same time. So I'm just wondering, the disconnect there, was that accurate that you guys hadn't prepared enough in trying to counter the 5-man front? And if so, that's not like it's something new. Why have you guys struggled? Why weren't there ways to beat that?
Sure. Yeah, you go into every week, and you're trying to play the game in your mind as much as you possibly can, not just with how you call it, but how you plan it for practice as well, and how you plan for drills and everything. So the walkthroughs, the practice, your drill work, you're trying to identify what you think, and so what you're always trying to do is say, how many reps do I need to devote towards this? How many reps do I need to devote towards that? How many reps do I devote towards this? And you try to make educated guesses there. And obviously, right, with that, we devoted time for all of them. We knew they had that in their package and their plan, especially with those guys. And we went in and said, here's how many we're devoting towards this. Obviously, they played a little bit more there, even than anticipated. And so, of course, as coaches, you say to yourself, well, I wish I would have gave them a couple more reps on this one. Now, you're limited as far as how many reps you actually have in walkthrough and live and in drill work. And that's why you're trying to make your best case. And like I said, no one's ever going to pitch a perfect game here. And that's in your planning sometimes as well. And so, looking back at it, you're like, yeah, sure, I wish we would have given us a couple more reps there. But that's how you go into a game of thinking about it on that. And those are the discussions that we have as coaches after the game. We prepared for the things that we thought we were going to get, some more than others, and then sometimes it doesn't play out that way when you look at it after the game.
We'll go to Jeff Nyberg and then Bob Brookover.
Yeah, Nick, obviously the penalties were a big problem yesterday, but offensive penalties have been a consistent issue for you guys this year. And you've had a couple different chances this year to do some self-scouting with some breaks. Are you noticing common themes? And it's, this late in the season, why are you struggling to correct it at this point?
Yeah, we got to keep grinding it out to fix it, right? That's our job, is to try to figure out and identify issues and try to fix them. Anytime that we have those penalties like that, we had penalties And I think I said to Aaron Andrews at halftime is like, hey, we got to stop some of the penalties that we're getting behind the sticks. Now we were catching up a little bit in those first 3 drives. We'd get a penalty and we'd overcome it, but that's hard to sustain the success of a game when you have those. So anytime it's with penalties like that, I'm always or anytime it's ball security, or anytime it's the fundamentals or something within tough detail together, I'm always going to put that on myself. And so I have to do a better just point blank. I have to do a better job of coaching it, and finding different ways to make sure it gets through. There. Now, with that being said, like I think I've mentioned this to you guys before. Sometimes the penalties are in the heat of the battle, and those happen, right? Sometimes there's going to be holds in every game, and sometimes they get called, sometimes they don't, and those things happen in the heat of battle. It's really our mission is to obviously fix those things, but also fix the stuff that happens before the snap or after the whistle. Penalties come in many different shapes and forms as far as in the heat of the battle, and sometimes it's we didn't put them in a position to succeed well enough where they are reaching to try to accomplish their goal. Sometimes it's a fundamental thing by the player. Sometimes, there's always a difference. Sometimes, the other guy got the best of the other guy, so all those things, or the defensive coach got the best of the offensive coach. That's why I'm saying it's never just one thing. This is like, we can't say that this is the ultimate team game when things are going good, and then when they're not going good after a loss, it's on one person. It's an ultimate team game. I mean, that's the nature of this game. That's why I love this game, and I'm so passionate about this game, because I love being a part of a team, and I love just the camaraderie of a team. And so that's what I want you to take away from this is like, when it's going good and it's all about the team, that doesn't switch when it's not going as planned, and we try to assign blame to one person. It's always still all about the team.
We'll go to Bob and then Bo.
Hey, just 2 quick ones, Nick. Did Xavier make a mistake by fielding the ball where he fielded it, is the first one, and then B, to piggyback off what Geoff just asked there, on the cover penalty, it's something we see in games all the time. How do they happen, and can a receiver, and do you coach the receiver, can he say to the official, am I good? I mean, I see that at other levels on the sideline, but can he look at the official and say, hey, am I good, and get an answer to that?
You're saying on the pre-snap one?
Yeah, the pre-snap cover.
Yeah, those officials do a good job of helping out, and you always want to be able to check with them. But again,
how do they happen though?
how do they happen?
How does that happen? Where
sometimes you don't have, you're up there, you're lined up, and you're far away from the guy. I think that ball was on the opposite hash, and you just missed that communication. Sometimes you're getting up to the line of scrimmage late. Sometimes you think you know what you're in, and you don't check. All right, there's many different things that can happen there of where those happen because you're trying to get up and run a play and run it fast. And then. As far as Xavier, I got to do a better job there. Obviously, we try to go through a lot of those things. We work a lot on plus 50 punts, and it's again when there's a fumble or there's a mental mistake or anything like that. I hope you guys understand that I'm gonna put that more on me than anything, because I take a lot of pride in that, and that's my job as the head coach. So that's on me. Xavier's trying to make a play. There's a teachable moment with that too. In that scenario, be able to let it go. But I put that on myself. I got to do a better job of communicating and coaching it and being better there myself.
We have time for 2 more, so we'll go to Bo and then end with Mike.
Hey, Nick. When you guys score touchdowns on the first 3 drives and then none the rest of the game, there's the perception from the outside, they took their foot off the gas. Is that fair or unfair?
I mean, to go up 21-0 with, I think we got the next possession that we had was with like 5 minutes left in the second quarter. Yeah, you're trying to do everything you can to go up 28-0. You're trying to do everything you can do to go up 35-0. I felt like we were aggressive all game. Obviously the execution and everything, the execution and the play calling was better in the first half than it was the rest of the time, and the schemes and everything, right? Again, and so we if you look at it, I think that we're still being aggressive to try to do to try to get as many points on the board as possible, especially playing against that team that we were playing. And really, you don't start to think about taking your foot off the gas until you get into 4-minute football. And 4-minute football is played many different ways based off of how many scores you're up, how much time is left, how many timeouts are left. And again, it's called 4-minute football for a reason. You don't start really into that until, 4 minutes. Now, sometimes that extends a little bit more into the fourth quarter, depending on your lead. But, again, some of those things that were getting us behind the sticks continued to bite us in the butt as the game continued on, and that stalled some of those drives. And, we needed to keep the pressure on in that game, and that was what we were thinking. We needed to keep that pressure on in that game because any of those drives that stalled, you get points on any of those drives, touchdown, field goal, it's a different game, and we knew that. And so we were working hard to try to go up in those scenarios and keep our foot on the gas.
We have time for one more, so we'll end with Mike here.
Hey, Nick, I realize it's a small sample size, but Tank Bigsby has been really productive in the opportunities he's gotten, including relative to what Saquon has done. Do you chalk that up to just small sample size, and is it possible we'll see more of him in the coming weeks?
I think we got two, I love our running back room. You got Saquon, you got Tank, you got Will, you got AJ, all guys that are capable starters throughout the NFL and stars throughout the NFL. Excuse me. And Tank's done a nice job with his the carries that he's had. Obviously, we always want to get the Saquon the ball as much as we possibly can because we know what type of playmaker he is. But Tank's doing a really nice job when he comes in and gives him a break. But make no mistake about it, we want to get Saquon the ball as much as we can because we know good things happen. And obviously our run game, we got to continue to get it humming. But also Saquon did some really good things with the ball in his hand in the pass game yesterday as well. So always a plan. Again, you look at our game plan, it's always going to start with AJ, Saquon, Devontae, Dallas, all those guys, and how many touches we can get them. And that's always going to – but we also love the guys that we have behind them. We like to give Will touches. We like to give Tank touches. Jahan does a nice job when he gets his hands on the ball. And so, those – we got a lot of playmakers, and we got to find ways to make them go.
All right, there's Nick Sirianni, and, of course, a lot of word salad from Sirianni as he's backpedaling and moving and shaking. He was asked point blank directly, have you thought about changing the offensive coordinator? He said, no, I haven't. He said, I'm not looking to make changes. I'm looking to improve on things. And obviously some people think that one of the improvements would be to make a change. What else frustrated you, or did he clarify anything in that day after presser from Nick Sirianni?
He was making me mad today.
It angered you.
There was a couple parts of that press conference I was not happy with the answers he was giving.
Well, there's Sirianni, 609-403-0973. And our Sirianni reaction brought to you by First Bank of Sea Isle City. This season, score big with First Bank of Sea Isle City. From savings to mortgages, we're on your team, helping you reach the end zone. First Bank of Sea Isle City, your hometown bank, your winning play. It's the Sports Bash Live Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. That's where we're hanging out today at the Fanatics Sportsbook. And don't forget, Monday Night Football tonight is on 97.3 ESPN. It's the Niners and the Panthers. You can check that game out here. Flyers and the Lightning. That game will be on our sister station, Rock 104.1. When we come back, it's today's unsportsmanlike moment of the day.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
When it comes to the style of play that we're seeing from the Philadelphia Eagles, it doesn't resemble anything that we've seen in recent years when we're talking about this team going on championship runs. And that's the part that's scary if you're an Eagles fan. What it looks like on offense is so bad right now. And with all of the chirping, with all of the talking, you have to have some serious questions about whether or not they're going to be able to get this thing right in time for them to be able to defend their title once we get to the second season.
Chris Canty's our Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day. He's brought to you by Whitehorse RV Center. Find fall closeout savings on 2025s and select pre-owned RV. Shop now before they're gone. Whitehorse RV, your RV adventure starts here. Yeah, Canty's right. This offense doesn't resemble anything of success. It doesn't resemble anything that makes you feel confident that they can get this thing in full gear. It doesn't resemble anything that makes you say, we're just a play or a something away from fixing this thing. And they asked A.J. Brown about it after the game. Hey, do you think you guys are close? You've been saying, and his answer didn't give me any confidence either. A.J. sounded like a guy who was happy that he got 8 catches for 100-plus yards yesterday. He didn't sound like a guy who was distraught that they blew a 21-point lead and is like, listen, guys, we got to fix this damn thing. Yeah, I think we're close. No, you're not close. Been saying it for weeks. This has 2023 written all over it. Why? Because the doubt. 2023 wasn't about X, Y, or Z. It was about the doubt that set in to this team. They doubted themselves after they got their ass kicked by San Francisco. They followed it up by getting their ass kicked against the Dallas Cowboys. And the doubt lingered for weeks to where they lost games against teams like Arizona and the New York Giants. When you doubt yourself, you don't believe that you're good enough. And after that San Francisco game, they didn't believe they were good enough. I don't know if they have lost confidence because they lost to Dallas the way they lost this game, but doubt is starting to creep in. Doubt is something that professional athletes have a tough time dealing with. And I doubt that this team thinks they know the answers on how to fix what is ailing this offense right now. Canty's right, and that's our Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day, brought to you by Whitehorse RV Centers. Shop now for find closeout savings on 2025s. Select pre-owned RVs. Shop now before they're gone at Whitehorse RV. Your RV adventure starts here. I'm Mike Hill. The Sports Bash is live at the Fanatic Sportsbook. We have football at 4 on the way. Adam Kaplan will tell us what he saw in yesterday's debacle of a second half. It was just an awful, awful second half. 21-point lead unravels. What happened to the offense? What happened on defense? Kaplan breaks it down. Football at 4. Don't miss it. It's next.
home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN.
Ooh, that's good.
WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City.
Football at 4 powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms, and brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook, which is where we are today. And it's a full house in here today. A lot of people hanging out, a lot of sports going on, a lot of college hoops early in this morning, or afternoon, I should say. By the way, the Flyers made history the other night. They scored 3 goals in 26 seconds. That was the highlight of the weekend.
I did see that,
What's bigger? The fact that the Flyers broke a record scoring 3 goals in 26 seconds, or that the Eagles had a 96% chance to win after Dak Prescott's interception. They are the only team in the league to lose multiple games after leading by 14 or more points. They had a 14-point lead against the Broncos earlier this year as well. Adam Kaplan is here to break down the problems that the offense and the defense had, and they lost a 21-point lead to the Cowboys. Adam, and a team that had their season on life support, they got a lot of air infused into their lungs with that win, the Cowboys did. What did that loss, though, do for this Eagles season?
Well, Mike, first of all, they lost Drew Bakuba to a broken right ankle, and the only question is, will we be able to come back for the playoffs if they make a deep run? So that was obviously one of the really bad things to come out of this game. As a matter of fact, Mike, Reed Blankenship has a left thigh injury. They're going to have to work through. We know Sidney Brown will be the first guy up. Mac McWilliams has barely played, can play safety if you need him to. Michael Carter, that would make way more sense. As I told you at the time of the trade, their plan was to play safety and nickel. He's played nickel so far. He could absolutely play safety. He was a safety at Duke. So he's an option, but none of them are any good. I mean, Mike and Andre Sam, who the Eagles, they've kept him around. They like to develop him. But they've got problems now at safety. Both guys are hurt, one serious injury. So that's one of the bad things, in addition to that awful loss by 21 points, by blowing a 21-point lead.
Yeah, well, they got it off a 21-point lead by obviously doing some things well in the offense. But, Dallas did give them. I mean, they got the running into the roughing the kicker penalty, which really wasn't one, and they capitalized on that. So give them some credit. They had the interception in the end zone on a play where Blankenship grabbed the guy's jersey. So even some of their positives were kind of like, What did the offense look like in the beginning, and then kind of trailed off where they didn't do anything in the end?
Yeah, look, the running game, Mike. It's just I don't know what else to say other than to explain that. And we could go left to right. I'll just do this again. Mailata's not had a good season. This was not a great game for him. Listen to Inside the Tape tomorrow with Greg Cosell and I. We're gonna get into deep in discussions about the offense. We're actually taping the show tonight, and we could talk about the injuries, and Landon Dickerson has not been himself. Remember, he had the 2 surgeries. You worry about that. Lane's out. Lane Johnson. We don't know exactly when he'll be back with the Lisfranc sprain. You've got Tyler Steen, who's in his 3rd year playing guard. He hasn't played at a particularly high level. He's been up and down. And Cam Jurgens is not himself. So, Mike, if you wonder what's wrong with Barkley, well, it's the run game. It's their inability to open consistent holes. Now, is Barkley look as good? No. But it starts with the offensive line, Mike. It's just their pass blocking was a little bit inconsistent in this game, more good than bad. But the run blocking, Mike, is it's a major factor. It's nothing that we knew. Like a lot of the issues we knew about coming this season, unfortunately, they've happened. But who would have believed this? Think about this, Mike. Just doing the math. Barkley's on pace for only 1,057 yards, which is almost 1,000 yards less than 2005. That was in 16 games. Remember, he was rested one game. So this is pathetic, Mike. And yet somehow their 8-3 really should have won yesterday. But we'll get to the penalties in a second. But the offensive line has been, honestly, they're a bottom 5 run blocking line. It's hard to believe. And they were elite last season. Don't explain this to me, Mike. I have no idea why it's happened.
Right. I mean, that Saquon Barkley, the struggles there that you just talked about, 1,000 yards off the pace. I mean, everybody kind of looking at it. Saquon Barkley off. Is something wrong with him? You just laid out the offensive line that I think that The offensive line, Adam, is almost at the top of the pyramid, and then everything down. I mean, everybody questions Petula, but I don't think he's great, but he's also kind of limited in what he can call. If he can't run the ball, you're taking away half of his offense.
Yeah, I kind of laughed at people wanting the Eagles to run the ball when they're up 21-0. If this was this year, of course, don't let Hurts throw it, run it. Well, the one thing that they did well in that game is pass it. It's just kind of funny how people think like they want to point the finger at Petula. Like before this game, have at it. We've I hate to say we've taken a shot. We just told the truth based solely on tape study and other clubs that we've talked to. Bad scheme that the Eagles have offensively. This is how other clubs see it. They don't know what it really is. Although I like this game. Very aggressive early, formationally, stack releases, bunches, little play action. Got Hurts off in a rhythm. I love that. I've been calling for that. Why did it take so long, Mike, to week 12? Other than a little bit here or there, they've not gotten them into a rhythm. That's on coaching. This game they did. Hurts was more good than bad. There were some times when he held on the ball a little bit too long. And then also, this is something we've talked about in the last 3-4 weeks on Inside the Birds. The good thing is completion rate is good. I mean, it's very good. But the problem is, and this kills run after the catch, this is only if you watch tape. You wouldn't know this. Or you wouldn't, if you're not talking to people watching tape, you're not watching yourself, you wouldn't know this most likely. But Hurts has, a half a dozen throws per game where it's not on the right shoulder. It's not where the ball should be, and that takes run after the catch possibilities. So the per pass attempt could be higher. Instead of relying on a couple of big shot plays per game to get his yardage up, they could actually do better if he could be more accurate where the ball should be. But overall, I know problem with Hurts in the game. It wasn't perfect. He was fine. He was not the problem. I don't care what anyone said. He was fine. And nothing was perfect. He knows what it's got to look like. He also made one unbelievable throw, which we're going to talk about on Inside the Tape tomorrow, which is an area where he's really improved, and that's called anticipation. But, Mike, the 14 penalties overall as we move on here. 6 offensive, 5 defensive, 3 on special teams. One more was offset, by the way, would have been 15th by a Dallas penalty. See, here's the thing, Mike. You talk about Petula. Okay, great first half of execution and design and having good feel for what's going to work because Dallas played a lot of off coverage. Well, Mike, look at the third quarter. I mean, look how many bad penalties. Third quarter legal formation on a 20-yard completion to Goddard. You can't have that. Devontae Smith, OPI on the 8-yard completion to Goddard. Next play, A.J. Brown, legal formation. Fred Johnson, legal hands to the face on a 60-yard completion to Smith. What does that have to do with Kevin Petula? Like, people need to think before they speak. I kind of laugh. Like, people will find anything they can to criticize a coach without having facts. This was not a Kevin Petula badly coached game. You want to talk about other games? There's a lot to go around. This was not it. How could now you want to put it on the head coach? You want to put it on the offensive line coach, who's great, but what's wrong with the offensive line this season, Mike? You have all these penalties, Mike, taking away yardage and big plays and drives. Well, there's your answer. What happened in the second half? No, they didn't need to run the football. They can't run the football.
Yeah, the 14 penalties. I don't know, the one where Juergens got caught for his head moving too fast. I don't know that
I didn't see that one. I didn't see that. I know they called it. I did. I replayed that one. That was it's funny. I went through. We'll get to defense in a second. I mean, I went through a lot of their penalties just on TV copy. I'm like, in TV, you generally can see. It's one of the things you can see pretty well on TV. That was the one where, see, here's the problem. Then the Dallas player points, and then they call the flag. I hate that.
Well, that one there, yes. They said on the rules analyst, who was it yesterday? I can't remember. Was it Pereira?
It was Blandino, I think.
Blandino, yeah. Said that he moved his head too fast. I don't think I've ever heard that one before. But that being said, they were sloppy all day. They had so many penalties. The Goddard penalty, that was a big one too. You had just so many moments in that game. The Gibson play where he feels the freaking punt.
God.
I mean,
Terrible.
You have Covey here, who was a good punt returner. That whole story is weird to me. Why they just don't give him that opportunity again? There were so many things. The one thing is you mentioned Petula, and everybody kind of questioned. You're right. I mean, they did have plays yesterday, and you talk about Hurts. I will say the one thing that hurts, he took that sack was terrible.
That was bad. Yeah, that was bad. And I think we're going to be talking to Greg about that for tomorrow's show on pass protection. That I know people want to put that on Hurts. That can't happen. Timing was bad, but they might have had a pass protection issue on that one. I have to see. But Mike, overall, Fred Johnson had 3 penalties. Juergens, they're struggling, man. And it's not like they have anywhere else to go. It's not like they could replace anybody. What are you going to do here? Use Brett Toth as a starter now? I know he had the one great game, and other than that, he's not really been productive as an Eagle when he's played. They don't really have any options here, Mike. They have what they have.
Yep.
We thought they'd be better after the bye. Or at least more consistent. That does not happen.
Well, and you said at the top, Adam Kaplan, everybody, Football at 4, the offensive line's inconsistency across from left to right. They're just not the offensive line. By the way, this offensive line has been the strength of this team since 2014. You go back to wherever, the offensive line has been the strength of this team. So it's so mind-boggling that they're having so many problems, really, since Stoutland got here, when he came with Chip. You're going back to 2013, that their offensive line has been pretty darn good all the way across the board. So that's that. Defensively, which has been the strength of this team, and everybody, kind of hangs their hat on this. How would you describe their game yesterday?
Not good. I mean, Mike, it was interesting, though. It was tail 2 halves, right? Pretty good for the most part until they gave up that touchdown. The run defense was outstanding in the first half, bad in the second half. The fact they only gave up coaches will tell you that they grade run defense in specific ways. What I've been given is how many explosive runs. That explosive run is 5 yards or more. They only had 1 in the first half, Mike, the Eagles gave up. They gave up 7 rushes of 5 yards or more. Javonte Williams is not explosive. He's a decisive runner. He's nothing close to the player he was before his multi-ligament injury with Denver. But, man, he looked good in this game. They could not get consistent pressure on Dak Prescott. Prescott torched them in the second half, Mike, and they did a good job against him in the first half. They were just more disciplined. Now, did Makuba's injury, did Blankenship's injury affect them? Of course it did. And Dory Jackson, I need to mention that, obviously. He didn't look great. He had some good snaps, some bad ones. George Pickens absolutely destroyed him. As a matter of fact, Mike, 9 for 146 and he got caught all 9 targets. Remember, he got hurt late in the game. And the 3 DPIs on one series, Mike, in the second half. I counted another one when DeJean could have gotten one. Coop kind of struggled when he had. I know it's tough when there's a sudden change when you have to go over permanently to corner. They get, you notice that they didn't use. They used Ringo. Ringo got a penalty. He got pulled. They didn't use Ja'Cory Bennett that I saw. So they have so many injuries now on defense with Jackson, with Blankenship, with Makuba. Jackson has a second concussion this season, Mike. So it's a short week, Mike. Their first injury report comes out tomorrow. That's it. I mean, they got problems here on defense in the back end.
Well, and you mentioned, the Makuba injury. That injury happened with like 30 seconds left in the game, but he's the biggest one because he's going to be out for, I would imagine, the rest of the year. I can't imagine.
Well, he's out for the regular season. That's not in debate. It's can he come back for the playoffs? It'll be hard, Mike. It's unfortunate. Friendly fire. He got kicked. He got hit in his ankle, his right ankle. It's you saw him writhing in pain. Felt really bad for him. As a matter of fact, he was really coming on after inconsistent starts. So yeah, it's. I think what you learn, Mike, in this game is when your pass rush can't get home and you're struggling at the back end, you're in trouble, and that's really what happened.
Well, but the Blankenship injury, that one, I mean, when Sidney Brown went into the game, I think he struggled big time.
He did, Mike. Sidney Brown, the shame of it is I know people are going to find this hard to believe, but I'm telling you, he started to really come on. I think it was a Giants game 2 years ago. Late in the season, he tore his ACL his rookie season. He's never really been the same. As a matter of fact, they've relegated him to special teams. He had another special teams penalty yesterday, by the way. These penalties, Mike, that's on coaching. Yes, the players they're 1A on this one. It starts with coaching. How many times this season has Sirianni said he puts it on him how he coaches them, that they're not clearly coaching good enough? Well, I give him credit for saying that, Mike. The players have to do a better job. I mean, I don't know what – it was like contagious, Mike. Both sides of the football. It was bad in special teams. Now, other than some big-time plays from Hurts to A.J. Brown, which is great to see, and Devontae Smith, and Goddard should have had a bigger game, but he got some balls called back by penalty. Braden Mann was fantastic. Jake Elliott missed a 56-yarder. By the way, I have no problems him kicking it. The game's indoors. They know what he's capable of. He's got to hit it. Simple as that.
I'll push back a little bit on that. 3rd and 2, I didn't like the play call. I think you can run the ball twice and try to get the first down instead of
push it. Yeah, just push it. Yeah,
right. You
yeah.
either push it twice or run the ball on 3rd and see if you can get 2 yards, or if you don't, you get 1
Maybe
yard.
I didn't think they could.
Right, exactly. But that's the play where they end up, 3rd down and 2. They end up getting sacked, and then they got to settle for the 58-yard field goal. And you're like, yeah, you're 3rd and 2. But it tells you, Adam, how little they trust their run game right now.
I can't believe what you just said, Mike, encapsulate where we are. They are 8-3. They have the tiebreaker over the Rams, so they're game back. They're still in the driver's seat to be one of the top 2 seeds, and they still have a chance, but to get the number 1 seed. But that's a tough loss. It's a short week. They'll have to forget about it. Injured. So when we talk, I know Andrew. Go ahead.
Not only that, you just said it's a short week, and you entered this year thinking you're playing the Bears on Black Friday. This is like this is like a showcase game for Amazon to get its cute little game. They got 2 first-place teams here, and if the Bears win this game, they would have the head-to-head, and they would pass you.
Good point. Yeah, Mike, it's interesting. When this game came out, I'm like, well, it's Ben Johnson's first year. I've always been a fan. See if you can help Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams is so aggressive throwing the football. I can't wait till we talk to Greg Cosell, who will break down this tape, but for a pregame show. But overall, Mike, when you look at this situation, I know the sky's falling for Eagles fans because they hate Dallas and it's humiliating. It's great. I have this picture on my phone. I took a screenshot of Jerry Jones when they were down 21-0. Fox showed him. I mean, you see him like he's rolling his eyes. He can't believe it because they had the comedy of errors, Mike. It was one of the strangest games of Eagles Cowboys history that I can remember. It went. I picked the Eagles to win. I thought they could score a lot. That's the thing. I thought it'd be high scoring. But Dallas kept throwing up in the first half. The Eagles took advantage, and it was good to see how aggressive Petula was.
Yeah.
That was another thing I want to give him credit for. I've criticized him a lot on our show in my own way about not being aggressive, helping Hurts out in the beginning. He did everything I'd asked. And then the comedy of penalties in the second half. It's just I don't. And by the way, I don't. Well, I know they have a safety problem, and we're past the trade deadline, so that's going to be a problem. But I still believe they can make a big Super Bowl run. I still believe that. I'm not a homer, as you know. I don't care if the team wins. I'm not a fan. I'm objective, but this is not a great year for the league in terms of quality of play. The Rams are good. There's no doubt. They're great coaching by Chris Schuler and defense, Mike. But we'll see what happens. The sky's not falling, folks. Take it easy. I know you're upset.
It's funny. I would agree with because of the defense. I do think they're deep now losing possibly Tuesday. We'll see what happens with Blankenship. I would imagine Jackson doesn't get through the protocol, so you're going to need a corner this week. The pass rush. We didn't really talk a lot about the pass rush, but their pass rush was not great yesterday. And look, it's been their calling card the last couple of weeks, but they got no pass rush yesterday. That was a problem. They're going to play a Bears team that has been very good up front in recent weeks. Their pass rush was not great yesterday in that game.
It wasn't. That surprised me, Mike. Yeah, that'll be our last subject here. Jalen Phillips is non-existent. I'm just very surprised. Vic did not blitz much. I don't have the blitz numbers, but Greg Cosell sent me his notes, and he said it was a coverage game. They decided they weren't going to blitz, which surprised me a little bit.
One blitz was Dean, and he got to him.
Yeah, he does. What an unbelievable. By the way, that was an unbelievable play by Dean. Dean was a phenomenal blitzer at Georgia. He did it himself. He threw the guy down, then he got the quarterback. That was a great play. But look, this is a coverage game. I didn't agree with it. They got away. Look, first half, hey, Vic was right. Second half, when you're not getting home, and by the way, they killed them on the crossers. As much as the Eagles got the Cowboys on crossers, by the way, I love that they finally brought them back. The Cowboys crushed them on crossers in deep middle. They got a problem, Mike, in their secondary right now. And by the way, the Bears pass target group, we're going to talk about this on Wednesday, is super deep. Yeah, it's funny. When we started the season, Mike, I'll leave you with this. I thought it was a ho-hum game against the Bears. I didn't expect this.
I think everybody did.
By the way, the Bears had 6 key players on defense out for this past game. They still beat the Steelers.
All right, well, we'll be talking all week about this matchup in this game and the fallout from the one that we just watched as the Eagles an epic collapse. It's the 21-point loss. Second time this year they have been up by multiple touchdowns and lost that game in the second half. And we'll see how they pick themselves off the mat. We'll talk about it here on Football at 4 with Adam Kaplan. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
All right, Adam, of course, Football at 4. is powered by the Fanatics Sportsbook each and every day here on the Sports Bash. We are live at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. So, Adam and I agreed on a couple of things there. Everybody kind of ripping and blasting Patullo, and I talked about it throughout the day here today. He's an easy target. Don't get me wrong. But I think Patullo, as he mentioned and expanded a little, they had a lot of big plays in this game that got called back by penalties. Like, you add that into the mix. How many big plays did they have that actually worked that got called back because of penalties, right?
Yeah.
So we're all sitting
and that's
here,
happened all season, too. This is not the first game that's happened.
But this particular game, too, where everybody's like Patullo, and the coach got asked about replacing the play caller today, and he said, I thought he called a good game. And this is what I was talking about earlier. I'm not like ripping Patullo for today's game. I'm just saying big picture. I would not have hired a guy without experience. But I don't think he had an awful game yesterday. I was saying this before, and Adam added to it. They had a lot of plays that were big plays that were successful, that they had penalties that were factors. I also think that Patullo has his hands tied because he doesn't have a running game. You try to call plays when you can't call basic run plays because they're not working. And we just talked about it. 3rd down and 2. And I said to Adam, I didn't like what they did on 3rd and 2. But think about this. They don't trust their run game enough that they thought they can get a 3rd down and 2 to run the ball. Last year on 3rd and 2, you think they're throwing that ball?
Absolutely not.
Of course
they're
not.
going to run it.
Of course not.
And they probably should have tried yesterday.
So Adam and I agree on the Patullo thing. I don't think he was a huge issue in yesterday's game. That being said, I maintain I don't think he was the right hire.
This is an 11-game sample size, and you've already had a bye to fix it. That didn't work, and the offense is getting worse.
Well, because you have a coordinator who is a rookie, and now you have problems, and he doesn't really have the background on to how to adjust it and fix it.
The one thing that he does have is the talent to win these one-on-one matchups, and they're horrible routes. His play calling is subpar. No one is schemed open.
Yeah, but as we just said there, they were guys open that they got big plays that got negated by penalties. You talk about the play, the pass interference on Smith. That was terrible.
That was a Goddard completion, yeah.
But that's a huge play. It's a huge play. It's a big play in the game, too, by the way. But that's a big play that gets negated by a boneheaded penalty there. And that's a big play. There was another big play that they had that got negated by a penalty. Adam mapped out like 3 or 4 plays that you were like, hey, that was a big play that got called back. The Fred Johnson play where he gets called for hands to the face.
And there were some instances where it'd be like a 2nd and 2, then you get a false start, and that turns into a 2nd and 7. And that you fall behind the sticks like that. That doesn't help.
Yep. Yeah, so we talked about it. I said this from the first segment of today's show. I thought that Patullo is the easy target, but I put him on the pie chart. He's not at the top of my pie chart. The offensive line, as I have maintained for weeks, is number 1 at the top of the list. The offensive line's issue has got the poor play callers' hands tied. And everybody loves to blame the coaches and the coordinators. You try calling an offense when you can't run the ball and see how that works out for you. More Sports Bash on the way. It's the Nuggets segment. Nick's Nuggets, Earnshaw is coming up. And I know Earnshaw, I think he has some pretty sharp thoughts about the play caller. That's
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. You can subscribe, you can like, you can share. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. You'll get the bell. Ring that bell, ding that bell. It'll let you know when we go live every day, so you don't miss any moments of the Sports Bash. Don't forget, Wednesday, we're live at Maynard's at Margate for this year's 99 Bottles Party. And if you did not qualify, if you're not one of the 99, you're still invited, because if one of the 99 does not show up, we have a waiting list, and the people on the waiting list start to fill the spots of all the people that don't show up. So there's a good chance if you do show up that you will be able to be a part of this year's 99 Bottles. Because I will tell you from experience, not all 99 people are going to show up. I don't know why you would qualify and then not show up, but I don't know that we've ever had all 99 people. We usually get up into like the 80s, somewhere in that range.
It's the thrill of winning something.
Got to be there to win,
being
though.
That lucky number 7 who called in.
Got to be there. Oh, the person just wants to say, hey, I was caller 7, but I really don't want to go. I don't get that. All right, let's get to the Nuggets today. Earnshaw is here for today's edition of Nick's Nuggets on the Sports Bash.
Always look forward to the 99 Bottles. Looking forward to Wednesday at Maynard's. That's going to be a lot of fun, to say the least. Last year was fun. I think I've gone the past 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. I was definitely there last year. I think I was there the year before. It's always a great time. Everyone has a good time out there. It's fun. You win some prizes. Hopefully the microphone might work this year, and you'll be announced as a winner. So come on out to Maynard's. It'll be a absolute blast. But Mike, it wasn't a blast yesterday. Watching that game, that was absolutely atrocious. I mean, if you were a part of the Philadelphia Eagles organization yesterday, didn't you just feel gross? Didn't you just feel disgusting if you stepped onto that field as a player? Coming off of that field, first of all, the worst part of the whole thing is that they wore the Kelly Greens. Number one, that's the worst part.
On the road, that's the first mistake.
Yep, they are not allowed to wear Kelly Greens on the road ever again. Never again. Can't do it. I'm out. No wearing Kelly Greens on the road again. So that's first and foremost. That ruined the whole look, the whole aura, the whole thing. That ruined it, the way they played in the second half. But the offense, we're at DEFCON 1, Mike. DEFCON 1 this offense is at. That was an atrocity yesterday. And I know you teased it before the break. Listen, it wasn't all Kevin Patullo yesterday. It wasn't. They were making mistakes left and right. They couldn't complete a pass. They can't run the football whatsoever. 14 penalties is an absolute joke. Majority of them being on the offensive side in big key situations, fumbling the football, catching a ball inside the 5-yard line, taking out, getting, just absolutely pundled Gibson yesterday on special teams. They made mistakes everywhere. The defense wasn't particularly great either. However, the offense, after, in the first half, looking really good, everything's kind of predetermined. Now you got to start figuring things out and making adjustments. This team makes zero adjustments. This team has no creativity with their offense. There is nothing. And Kevin Patullo is very much a big part of the blame. I know you guys have talked about it throughout the day. Yesterday wasn't his worst game, but overall, big picture, he has been a major, major problem for this team. And this team somehow, some way needs a shakeup. They need to remove him from calling plays. Now, I don't know what you do or how you do that, but Nick Sirianni also deserves major, major blame in this too. He is the head coach. He is the top guy. He can go into his press conference following the game, the following day, look at the film. It's on me. Well, when is it going to be on you, Nick? You need to make a change. The offense has not been good enough. The play design has not been good enough. The play calling has not been good enough. There's been no feel, no rhyme or reason to the play calling at all. The players have not performed well either. But the coaches, the penalties, that's on the coaches for not preparing their guys yesterday and looking so flat in Dallas coming into the second half. Where are the adjustments? They're not there. And I want to play a clip. This was prior to yesterday's game as to what former Super Bowl MVP Nick Foles has had to say about this offense on his podcast. Take a listen to what Nick Foles had to say.
I don't see that this year. I don't think anyone sees it. Even fans that are passionate Eagles fans. 'Cause I spent a lot of, I've been to Philly several times, and you hear every time I run across Philly, man, what do you think's gonna happen with the offense? Mm-hmm. What's going on? Like, is this Jalen? I'm like, listen, it's a team thing. Listen, Kevin Patullo is probably a great dude, great coach, but like, there's an art to play calling that not everyone has, and it's not showing up this year.
And that right there is the telltale sign. And by the way, they haven't really had a guy, and we could go back to Kellen Moore last year. He was better than Brian Johnson, and he was probably better than Kevin Patullo but they have not had a creative play caller since Shane Steichen has been here. You see what he's done in Indianapolis, done a fantastic job. They have not had that type of guy, and there is no excuse not to have this offense dealing on all cylinders. It feels like, yeah, the scripted plays in the beginning, great. After that, the lack of adjustments, the lack of third down efficiency this year has been a total, absolute joke.
All right, there's a lot there.
Well said.
By the way, Steichen was lousy last year. It's just that his offensive line is now healthy, and he has a guy in Jonathan Taylor. It helps when you have blocking and you have a back.
He didn't have that with Miles Sanders. Didn't have that. He had Miles Sanders here. Remember, he got to a Super Bowl. Miles Sanders and took over play calling mid-season. That's pretty impressive.
He did blow that game yesterday.
He did.
By the way, I talked about this before. It's not the running back; it's the line. Miles Sanders.
I agree.
He got a 1,200-yard back. Why? Not because Miles Sanders, because the offensive line. When you're the play caller, okay, and I'm not like pro Patullo. I am not a Patullo guy. I don't think they should have hired him because he's not experienced enough.
I agree, and that's my point.
But I also am not a blind idiot that's just going to wildly start screaming at the guy. I'm going to say, Nick, you've never called plays before. Why don't you go call plays, and then I'm going to give you no running game, and then see how
That's
good of a
why
job
I'm
you're
saying,
going to do.
Mike, that's why I'm saying this falls on Sirianni. He has to do something. This is his team. He made the call here to hire Patullo.
I agree. I don't think this is an indictment as much on Patullo, who is I don't think he's great, okay? I'm not saying that.
That's my
But
point.
I think this is more of an indictment on Sirianni's decision-making to hire him.
Agreed.
He was the wrong guy to hire. Now, that being said, if I'm the play caller, it doesn't matter what level of play caller I am. If I don't have a running game and you're taking out half my playbook, this offense was built behind this offensive line. This whole offense is installed based on the offensive line. So when you talk about Shane Steichen, he had this offensive line here that allowed him to call whatever play he wanted almost in any situation because I know that I'm going to win at the point of attack. So I can call a run on 3rd down and 2. The fact that yesterday it was 3rd down and 2 and they chose to throw the ball, it tells you we cannot run. We do not think we can get 2 yards because we can't run. That's a hard way to succeed at your job. So, while I don't like the decision to hire Patullo because of his inexperience, based on the experience that you have on your offense, I also can sympathize with him in some capacity that I can't call half my offense because I have a unit. And I think we all believed at the beginning of the year, nobody said their offensive line is going to stink this year. Nobody thought that. Nobody. So when you go into the season and you base your whole offense around this unit that has been the rock for your team since 2017, and now all of a sudden it's the reason why your offense stinks, that's a hard way to succeed at your job. Now, that being said, I think his passing game is very vanilla. But the other part of that is that because Jalen doesn't want to run a lot of his plays?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not disagreeing with you on the offensive line thing. That's not where I'm disagreeing at the premise of Kevin Patullo and what he has brought to this team. I understand. The offensive line has been banged. It's not good.
Yeah,
and Rex
stinks.
Ryan has talked about it. Nick Foles has talked about it.
I get it, but
no
I
imagination,
love
there's no creativity.
We're
The
saying
3 and
his
outs.
playbook stinks. It's not his playbook.
Well, that's why
point.
his
not
play
his
calling
playbook,
and
but it goes
design
back
have struggled.
to,
They have.
Jaworski said this last night on the post-game show. He said the quarterback has a large voice in what plays are in the playbook and which ones are not. So the quarterback says, this play here, I don't want. This play here, I don't want. This play here, I like. This play here, I like. This play here is okay. That one here, I do not want. So we all just assume that his playbook stinks and it has no imaginativity, nothing in it. He can only run the plays that the quarterback is saying, hey, I like this one. I don't like that one. This one's cool.
So then you're saying it's disingenuous for Jalen to sit up there at the podium and say, I don't know, ask KP. I just run what's called. Is that what you're saying?
I haven't heard Jalen say that.
Well,
you have not heard Jalen say ask KP.
You know, he said that last week.
I've heard A.J. Brown say you got to ask KP, but I have not heard Jalen really say, "Oh, you need to ask KP why we're not running
those guys
more
pass
creative things."
Those guys pass the blame to KP. They've been doing that the last couple weeks.
I will say this. Rex Ryan, also on ESPN, former coach in the NFL, has said this offense is elementary. So that's a problem, first and foremost, okay? You have all these guys. Yes, we have all of these smart people calling it elementary. So the Petulo hire was not great.
I will say this. Their offense was elementary last year, the year before that. They are running the same offense since 20.
And that's a problem. That's a problem. You have to make adjustments. And that's why my point, it goes back to the head coach who needs to do something here. They are at DEFCON 1 with this offense. They can't do anything. That was one of the worst. It's the 31st ranked defense yesterday.
I would agree
they couldn't score
for this
all.
reason. I would agree. The rankings of the defense is a little skewed now because they've.
I understand, but still,
and they've had
21 on them.
They had a lot of injury issues earlier than guys are back. That being said, I do agree is that you have a very, very basic vanilla offense that has worked for you. Okay. It has worked for you that's gotten you to 2 Super Bowls. It got you to win one of them, and you basically have the best record in the league in Sirianni's era. So I can understand him saying, we have this offense. Yes, it's very simple, but no one's stopping us. It was all based on the fact that you had this great offensive line. Now you don't. So you're right in that aspect. What you were very successful doing, you can no longer do because this line is not allowing you. It's one thing to be simplistic if your offensive line is just blasting holes open and you're turning around and handing it off and the guy's running for 5.5 yards a carry. You could be as basic as you want to be. No one complained last year and said, oh, this offense is so basic. No one cared.
The beginning we did. Beginning of the year we did. We wanted Sirianni fired in the beginning of the year last year, and then they went on to win the Super Bowl.
They were 2-2.
But no.
By the way, if Hurts said it's a KP thing, I did not hear him say that yesterday. I didn't know what was the question that he said that in reference to.
It wasn't yesterday.
Yesterday he kind of said, like, we just run what's called, basically.
He's a liar. All right? Because the reporting out there is suggesting otherwise. The reporting from Derek Gunn, who I think is, and other people, by the way, have all suggested that 11-1 run what they want to run.
Well, here's my thing, right?
Although that doesn't make sense when you're talking about 11. Although 11 got a lot of targets yesterday.
He did.
He's in a good mood.
He had a great fantasy day. If you had him in fantasy, hopefully you didn't listen to him and drop him because he had a great day for fantasy players yesterday. But when it comes to the Eagles offense, right, we've talked about it in weeks past here on the Nuggets. Like, all right, we know the run game is not the same as it's been in years past. This is why it's a problem to have Kevin Petulo as your coach because they cannot adjust. He has not adjusted. He has not had an evolution of this, helped revolutionize, I should say, this offense and evolve it to where, okay, we can't run our entire offense through our offensive line because it's banged up this year. We have a lot of injuries, and we're not running the ball as effective. We have to pivot and do something else with the amount of talent they have. They should be able to do that.
That's not answering the question. This is just, I want to say Petulo's wrong without acknowledging this part of it. What if Petulo has other things in his playbook and the quarterback is saying, I don't want to run them?
I don't know what you do from there.
Which is what's being reported, right? That's what's being reported is essentially that he doesn't want to run certain things. He doesn't want to throw the ball over the middle of the field. He only wants to throw certain routes. He doesn't like to throw.
But then that goes back to the head coach to try and figure this whole thing out. He is the leader. He's supposed to be this guy, the big leader in the locker room. He's not the big play caller, but he's a leader of men, right? Everyone kind of responds to Nick Sirianni. Where is the head coach on this?
All right, well, listen, they lost one game. If they don't bounce back, I think that's a fair question. You lost a game. How do you bounce back? Can you get everybody back together?
Well, it's 3 games that they've lost. Then they've looked terrible the last 4 weeks
But
of
to
the
that
season.
point, they lost the 2 games, and the season didn't go off the rails like it did a couple of years ago, where people were questioning the coach, probably fairly in that situation. He then bounced back the next year and said, screw everybody, I'll go win the Super Bowl. So to sit here and say, like, this guy can't do it, I think it's ridiculous. Like,
I'm not saying that.
We live in a world where we just love to blame the coaches for everything. And I don't think Sirianni was a big help in them winning that game yesterday by any stretch. He made some bad decisions. The team was undisciplined. And those things are fair to say, hey, that goes on you. That being said, this guy has done nothing but one and one and one and one. And us 3 idiots are going to sit here and say, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. I'm not going to be a part of that. You two can do it.
That's not you put words in my mouth.
I contend that if Sirianni knew what he was doing, he could take play calling duties away from his buddy Patullo and go from there. But he can't.
Sirianni,
he's not good enough to do that.
But that's the thing. You're saying he's not.
I
good
haven't
enough to do
spoken
it.
as much as you two on these Nuggets today. You put words in my mouth there.
He at least acknowledges what some coaches can't acknowledge.
Why can Dan Campbell take play calling duties away from his friend and score 37 points?
I watched Dan Campbell call plays against the Eagles, and he lost. He scored 6 points. You want that?
But I'm saying last night.
Because sometimes the coach is an idiot, and he says, I'm better at the job than you are, and he's not. Dan Campbell shouldn't be calling plays. He's not qualified to do that. His offense sucked the other day. He scored 6 points, all because he's man enough to say I can call plays. He can't call plays.
No, but it's an example of it. It happens in the league.
Yeah, but doesn't mean it's right. These guys call plays, and they're not qualified. Sirianni knows what his role is. He is not the play caller, and he's not dumb enough to say, hey, let me call plays. That'll help us out. He knows that's not smart.
He doesn't want that blame. That's right. He doesn't want to admit that hire was a bad one.
Well, by the hire of Patullo was on Sirianni. I blame him for that, and that was a bad decision by him. Just like hiring Brian Johnson was a bad decision by whoever decided to hire Brian Johnson. You had a team that went to the Super Bowl, and then you gave a first-time coordinator that job. Then you replicated it after winning the Super Bowl, giving a first-time coordinator a job. Idiotic. Not smart. I blame Sirianni for that. I'm not going to sit here and blame him, though, for not naming himself the play caller.
All right. I think Pete's going to – like, I'm back. I'm here. I'm here. I didn't take off. Pete's going to be very upset because I had a Sixers nugget to get to, but we don't have time, so I'll just wrap it up on one nugget today. Listen,
I still want to know if you want to give Schwarber 5 years.
That'll be a tomorrow night. When are you back, Pete? Wednesday. We'll get to that on Wednesday at Maynard's.
Did you see the Flyers score 3 goals in
26 seconds? I did. I was texting a buddy of mine. It's like the only good thing. Because, by the way, the Union lost yesterday, too. Because when it all comes crashing down, Philadelphia sports lose all at once. They love to fall apart all at once. They lost in their big game yesterday in the playoffs, so they're out. And then the Eagles, have one of the worst losses in franchise history yesterday. Going up 21 points and having 24 unanswered score right away.
That guy over there, he's the guy with the flip phone making bets.
I think he knows something that we don't. Very inconspicuous.
I'd like to know what he's betting over there. This guy over there, he's got the flip phone, and he's walking up to the window.
I think there's some contacts on that flip phone, maybe.
Wow.
Some text messages.
How about that? Well,
listen, that game yesterday, and I almost feel that they needed that loss. Like they finally
it could be a
needed
positive.
But the thing will be, and this is where Sirianni comes into play. Does that loss start the doubt and the fracture, or is that the loss that's the eye-opener that gets everybody to refocus and say, fine, we've been trying to do it this way, and it's not working.
Yep.
Jalen, we've been trying to do it your way. Because I do think that Patullo has been hamstrung a little bit by the fact that he can't call everything in the playbook because Hurts doesn't want to call, doesn't want to run a lot of those
And
plays.
Hurts will change stuff at the line. That's one thing that,
Yeah. Oh, what a mess. Bad loss yesterday, Mike.
Hey, listen, there's a lot of cities that would love to be flipping tables today because they lost one game.
It's because it was Dallas. It was
Cleveland.
Dallas.
Oh, the Jets just sewed up the 10th straight losing season, I believe.
Think about that.
Yeah.
10 years in
Could
a
be
row.
the Jets. Feel bad
Maybe
for
the
the Jets
Dolphins haven't
fans.
won a playoff game in 25 years.
Feel bad for the Jet fans, man. It's all right. All right, Mike. One pack today. A little one pack of Nuggets today.
Flyers tonight, by the way. The game's on Rock 104.1. Check that out. You got Monday Night Football right here on 97.3 ESPN. The Nuggets are back again tomorrow. We'll try to get more than one Nugget in tomorrow.
McCain looked good yesterday, right? Did you watch that Sixers game?
I watched the whole thing, wire to
like
wire.
That. Wow, you gave up on those 1 p.m. games. You went Sixers Heat.
Sixers were on my TV at 1 o'clock.
And McCain looked better. He did look better. Looked good.
Yeah, they got a lot of guys. No VJ, Embiid. 5 o'clock hour, Sal Pal, Antonio next.
South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
All right, 5 o'clock hour, Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. The Eagles, a epic collapse yesterday. A 21-point lead dissolves. They lose 24-21. We're talking about it. One man was there in Dallas, Sal Pal, ESPN senior NFL reporter, and he joins us right now on a special Sal Pal Monday right here on the Sports Pass Live on 97.3 ESPN. He caught up with Dak Prescott right after that game and got a chance to talk to him about the epic comeback if you're a Dallas fan, but an epic collapse, Sal, if you're on the Eagles side. And I don't know what was better, the comeback or the collapse. What was a bigger story in that game? But you were down there. When did you sense that something was going awry for Philadelphia?
Halftime. I thought at halftime, this game is not over. I just felt like the Eagles offense just wasn't clicking on all cylinders, and that the Cowboys were beginning to figure out the Eagles offensive line. And that's when I said, I actually was with Tim Calishaw, who, of course, has been in Dallas his entire career, has been on Around the Horn, a lot of other shows on ESPN. Everybody knows Tim Calishaw. He said, make sure you say nice things about us on ESPN. I looked at him. I said, Timmy, this game is not over. Far from it. And I wish I was wrong. But if you're asking me what was bigger, the comeback or the collapse, I would say the collapse.
Well, obviously the collapse plays in this market a lot because everybody's trying to find answers. They're up 21-0. At that point, are we watching them and saying, man, they have figured out some things, they have made some nice adjustments, and this offense looks like it's moving in the right direction?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I was sitting first row in the press box, had my binoculars trained, of course, right from the beginning on A.J. Brown. Where is he going to line up? How are they going to utilize him? Will they utilize him? And, of course, they went to him early and often in that game. And I said to John Clark of NBC 10, I said, boy, oh boy, if Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown are going to be friends again and be on the same page, we better book our hotel in Santa Clara right now.
Well, the second half, what happened? Because the first half, you just said, kumbayas. It looked like they had everything going, although they were aided by that roughing the punter penalty, which was kind of a phantom roughing the punter penalty, although they did capitalize on it. Give them credit for that. What happened in the second half? Why did the offense just completely disappear, Sal?
Well, the Cowboys were winning their one-on-one matchups up front. If you go back and just look at the replay of the game, or if you do study all 22 or you look at it on film, whatever, just look at some of the breakdowns that people are putting out there. It's very clear that Matt Eberflus, the defensive coordinator of the Cowboys, decided to really attack the Eagles' offensive line. And Jordan Mailata had trouble blocking people. I mean, if I'm Micah Parsons, I'm thinking to myself, man, did I make a mistake? Because the Cowboys were able to get to Jalen Hurts without Micah Parsons. And that was, to me, the key of the game. They did a really good job of rushing five, collapsing the pocket, and stopping the run with that five-man front. That's number one. Number two, on offense, they attack the ball down the field, especially after Adoree Jackson goes down and Makuba goes down. They just started to unload on the big bomb. And when I did talk to Dak Prescott after the game, he said that was something that right away they thought they could capitalize on. And if there's a blueprint on how to beat the Eagles, the Cowboys just provided it. run blitz off the edge, attack the edges, and bombs away on offense. Don't play dink and dunk against the Eagles. Don't try to be patient. Go after the big bomb, the big ball.
And they did that a lot, and you talked about it. I mean, they lost Blankenship. They, obviously Dory Jackson went down, so you're already a little shorthanded. Makuba, he is now done probably for the rest of the season, possibly return in the playoffs. We'll see. But you got a glimpse yesterday of what teams or what this defense might look like the next couple of weeks here, and it doesn't feel very good, Sal. And we know that they've kind of been hanging their hats on this defense to kind of bail them out here.
Yeah, defense definitely came up small because, hey, listen, one, they had some injuries. Two, the Eagles could not stay on the field. Just could not stay on the field. Cowboys had 25 first downs. Eagles had only 19.
Their offense obviously slowed up. By the way, Sal Pal on a Monday, Johnny G and the Burger Grinder team joining us on a Monday. As I'm sure everybody very frustrated at some of the things that happened. You talked about the first down disparity there, but the one big thing is, too, the disparity that we're starting to see a lot of week to week, and I'm trying to the offensive line is not what it was, Sal. This team's offensive line they've hung their hat on this offensive line really going back to, 10 years now. Is that offensive line, is this what it is? Is this a problem, and is this what it is?
Yeah, Michael, that's why I mentioned it first. That's why I said that was the number one thing. They figured out a way to attack this offensive line. And as a result, the Eagles had only 18 carries for 63 yards. That's just not good enough. That's just not good enough. You can't sustain your running game, especially in the second half. That was the calling card of this Philadelphia Eagles offense that won the Super Bowl. So that's definitely something that they have to look at. Is it fixable? Don't know.
Yeah.
Without a healthy Lane Johnson. One of the things that I did was I kind of looked at this and said, all right, what am I going to say to Mike Gill on a Monday after this game? And we had to talk about it, obviously. What's fixable and what's not fixable, what we saw yesterday in the short term and in the long term. Now, those are, if you're Nick Sirianni and a coaching staff, what's fixable and what's not fixable, and then what's fixable in the long term and in the short term, and also what's not fixable short and long term. So to me, obviously, what's not is the injury situation. They got to just figure out how to grind through this without some of these top players that have got these injuries. And we all know who they are, but it starts with Lane Johnson. Fred Johnson's a good player, but, the only time he's going to the Hall of Fame is if he's going to be watching Lane Johnson get into the Hall of Fame. And that's no knock on Fred Johnson. Lane Johnson's one of the greatest right tackles of all time. You lost one of the greatest right tackles of all time. Period, paragraph, new sentence. Your center has had concussions. Your left guard has knee problems. So you just start with those three things, and that's major.
Yeah.
It just is. It just is. Now, you haven't asked me, but I emailed you yesterday, and this is something that people have decided to overlook. But I think the game really turned when Nick Sirianni decided to go for the field goal, 4th and 5 from the Dallas 38. Jake Elliott, a 56-yarder. 56-yarder, yeah, I know guys are making them like crazy these days, but it was no good by a long shot. It was wide right by a lot. And if you punt there and you force Dallas to go the length of the field instead of giving them half the field, which you did, now it's 1st and 10 on the 46. Prescott, deep pass to Pickens for 43 yards. You're at the Philadelphia 11. And then 2 plays later, Dak Prescott's moonwalking into the end zone. And when I asked Nick Sirianni about this decision, I don't know if you heard the press conference, but it was me who was asking Nick Sirianni about this decision. He looked at one of the members of the PR staff puzzled. And then he asked me where the ball was. And I said, it was on the 38-yard line, Coach. And he said, yeah, well, I have faith in Jake Elliott to make that field goal. So it seems to me that, it suggests that he coaches strictly by a number and not by the game situation. It's the fourth quarter. His offense can't sustain any kind of drives. His defense is getting gashed. You got to play field position. You can't play faith position at that point. You have faith in your field goal kicker in the first quarter. You play field position on the road. Then the game is tied at 21, and basically the momentum has evaporated and you can't really come back in the game after that.
Yeah, you end up fumbling. But by the way, we had that bite of the field goal to play coming into the top of the hour here, and you hear Merrill Reese on the missed field goal at the end. He says, uh-oh, almost as if he knew the same thing that you're saying is, you missed that field goal. Now they have the ball here. This is not good. They score. You fumble. You then get two big stops, Sal. I mean, when they stop them on the goal line on fourth down, when Dallas goes for it on fourth down, at that moment, what was the feeling in the building there?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty significant. There's no question about it. The momentum swing, though, if you're up 21-14, it's different than being 21-21.
No doubt.
I mean, that's, to me, is the key. And that to me, is where the game was lost, right then and there. And it's not like it's an isolated situation. Nick Sirianni in Green Bay, end of the game, calls a pass play. Jalen throws deep to A.J. Brown, and the Packers get the ball back instead of punting and pinning the Packers deep. He gives the ball back to the Packers and puts his defense back on the field. Not good. And then you and I talked about this after the Denver game. He elects to throw the ball instead of run it at the end of the Denver game. And by throwing the ball, he gives Denver enough time, because the clock stops, to go back and win the game. If he runs the ball, Denver has literally a minute less to work with. So it's not isolated. The fourth quarter mismanagement is not isolated. And obviously, I want to couch it in the perspective that he has won the Super Bowl and his winning percentage is great. And I think he's a hell of a coach. But we are well within our rights to ask about these fourth quarter mismanagement. I'm going to use the word mismanagement, and that's what it is.
Oh, totally agree. Like in this situation, then he was asked today, fair or unfair, in your opinion, whether or not he's considering changing the play caller.
Yeah. Well, let's go. The thing is about the play caller, Kevin Patullo, he calls plays, but the guy who's ultimately responsible is the quarterback at the line of scrimmage. Jalen Hurts is a Super Bowl MVP. Last year, we saw him change the play at the line of scrimmage, routinely get out of bad plays and into good ones. If he sees 9 in the box and the play is a straight dive to Saquon Barkley that has no chance of succeeding, he has the power and the sovereignty and the right and the experience to change the play at the line of scrimmage. Every quarterback does. Check with me. Right. Check. Both hands go up on the helmet. Check. You have two plays, one you like and one you don't like. And Jalen's got to call, if you got 9 guys in the box and you got one-on-one outside either AJ or Devontae, come on now.
Yeah.
That's fundamental football. If we're playing in the backyard and I see you're loading up in the box, I'm not pitching it to my daughter, on a little dive off the left tackle. I'm throwing it to my son-in-law deep down the middle.
Sal Pal,
Turkey Bowl reference, Michael. It's coming up, Mike, you got to have a little Turkey Bowl football. It's not Thanksgiving without a little Turkey Bowl football in the backyard now. Come on now.
No, it's not. But guess what? Now you got a Black Friday game, too. You better not have too much tryptophan for that Friday game because this game just got more interesting.
Well, there's a lot of stuff going on Thanksgiving, brother. A lot of stuff going on, man. You got to make sure you don't overeat. You make sure you don't get hurt on the Turkey Bowl game. Come on. I ain't 49. I'm 69. I got to watch what I do on Thanksgiving. Like I said, I'm the automatic quarterback. I'm careful stepping out there. But, yeah, hey, the thing is, the NFL schedule makers did not do the Eagles any favors.
Well,
Thanksgiving week, they put them on the road to Dallas. 5 days later, you got to play a game. You got Thanksgiving thrown in the middle. And then what else? You got NFL films crews crawling all over NovaCare for the first time in Eagles history. They're on Hard Knocks debuting next Tuesday.
Yeah. Well, I think people forgot about the whole Hard Knocks thing, and I brought it up last week, and I said, it'll be pretty interesting to see if Hard Knocks starts to investigate a little bit of this, a little deeper into these A.J. Brown and the Jalen Hurts.
Well, they can't really do that, Mike. They can't because the Eagles have final editorial control. So only the Giants do dumb stuff on camera and then let them put it on. Howie Roseman and Bob Lang and Don Spilensky and Jeff Lurie are the guys who run that operation. And Nick Sirianni, they are not going to let them put dumb stuff on TV.
I would imagine. Imagine you're right about that.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. Definitely not. And the single most controlling person on the team is Jalen Hurts. That's for sure. And he is going to be buttoned up knowing that the cameras are around.
Oh, yeah. Well, obviously, they're in a pickle here because you got the Bears who, when this game came out, it's the Bears. Now, if the Bears beat you on Friday, they pass you and have the head-to-head on you as well. That makes this Friday game a lot bigger than it looked like when you and I were going through the W's and L's back in May.
No question about it, Michael. You hit the nail on the head. So, as I asked Nick, I was the first question last night in the press conference. I said, what was your message to the team? I told them they have to get up, got to get up off the mat, and got to do it quickly. You got a short week with Thanksgiving in the middle of it. And he used that expletive to describe, what the plane ride is going to be like when they went back last night to Philadelphia. They got to shake that out. And on one hand, it's good because you get a game and you can shake it loose. On the other hand, you don't have much time to recover from some of these injuries.
No Makuba. We'll see what happens with Blankenship. Obviously, Adori's in the concussion protocol, so you got some problems in your secondary. I want to ask you real quick before we get out of here. By the way, Sal Pal, a special Monday edition. He was in Dallas this morning, flew in, and still found time to come right here on the Sports Bash Live. You talk about Petula and calling the plays. How difficult of a job is that right now with the offensive line challenges and the lack of running game?
Well, of course, it's enormously difficult. Last year, that offensive line gave Kellen Moore a sweet little contract in New Orleans as a head coach. There were already starting rumors out there that Kevin Petullo's head coach material. And, Tom Brady was talking him up on the sideline before the game and then got into the booth during the game and was talking about how impressed he is with Kevin and Petullo and blah, blah, blah. And that's just kabuki theater at this point. At this point, they have to, as Nick Sirianni said last night, the whole team's got to bear down and fix the fixable problems that they can now and try to beat the Chicago Bears. I don't really know what the formula is to beat the Bears because they're a very, very, very unpredictable team. When you look at the Bears on tape, you just don't know what you're going to get. On one hand, you're going to get a relentless defense that leads the league in taking the football away, and they do a great job of it. And the Eagles now, in 2 games, have been susceptible to really bad turnovers. Jalen Hurts in Green Bay and Saquon Barkley. And Gibson, who has a history of turnovers with the Jets. And I'm kind of surprised that the Eagles put that kind of trust in Gibson, considering the Giants didn't hold on to him. The Jets got rid of him. That's a story that we can explore at a future date. But You have 2 fourth quarter. When was the last time you had 2 fourth quarter turnovers like that on the road by this Eagles team with a Nick Sirianni? It's unheard of.
Yeah. Well,
but that's a fixable problem. That's one of the fixable ones. What's another fixable one? Well, 14 penalties is fixable. That's fixable. The fumbles, that's fixable. Doing other more dynamic things offensively, that's fixable. Blitzing more on defense. Now that you have a secondary that you no longer can trust back there to hold coverage, you got to get to the quarterback quicker. That's fixable. Yeah. You got to get to Caleb Williams. The problem is Caleb Williams is just as good, maybe better on the move, running and throwing the football than Dak Prescott. So anyways, Michael, like I said, this is one of those Thanksgivings with you got a lot of stuff going on, brother. If you're covering the Philadelphia Eagles, you got a lot of stuff happening. And I do want to say happy Thanksgiving to everybody at your radio station, to you, my brother, and everybody at the Sports Bash. And, of course, to Johnny G, our friend at the Griner team, Berger Realty in Ocean City, New Jersey, for all of his support and love throughout the year. We are thankful for it. So happy Thanksgiving to everybody in OC. And I will be off Friday, but I will join you the following Friday, and we'll pick it up and we will talk about the rest of the season, the home stretch.
Yeah, man. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family, Sal. And, of course, thanks for making some time for our listeners today on this special Collapse Monday. We appreciate it.
Oh, boy. Wow. Okay.
It's been that kind of day today, man.
Yeah, I don't know, Mike. You can't have a Collapse Monday right before Thanksgiving. Let's flip the script on that right now. Let's be thankful for what we are, and that is we are 8-3, and be thankful and blessed for what we are, and let's move on. Let's turn the page, brother.
Let's hope they can. All right, Sal, we will talk to you next Friday.
Yes, sir.
All right, Sal Pal, everybody. Fresh off the plane on 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. That was Sal Pal. Of course, every Friday you get Sal here. We're off on Friday because the Eagles play the Bears, and we will be off. We will have a special 2-hour pre from 12 to 2 on that Friday, but no Sports Bash on Friday. 2 o'clock, Eagles and Bears, so no Sal Pal Friday for us here. So he jumped on this Monday edition to break it all down. And he talked about, the play calling thing, how difficult it is that they have. And he talked a lot about Jalen Hurts is the guy who really is all the, he gets the plays, he gets to the line of scrimmage, and he has pretty much the autonomy to change and do whatever he wants to do up there. All right, when we come back, we'll read the text board, which has been lighting up today. If you want to get your text message read and reacted to, next, 609-403-0973. We're locked and loaded till the top of the hour. Your text messages are all coming up next.
Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
All right, welcome back. Flyers hockey tonight. It's over on Rock 104.1, the Rock 104.1 free mobile app. You can listen to all the Flyers. 3 goals, 26 seconds in the win on Saturday night.
That was a team who did not blow a lead, right?
Actually, was it Saturday afternoon?
Yeah, it's Saturday night. Yeah, they got up big early, and they did not blow their lead
do it
there.
Saturday night.
You were texting me at one point.
Friday night I was here. Came to Ocean Friday night.
Right.
My college roommate, Todd Rank, was in town. Pete blew us off. We had a great time without you.
Now, I tried to meet up with Todd, and he said that he was playing slots till like 6 in the morning.
I left him about 2 a.m., but like 1:30.
That was Friday night, though.
Yeah, Friday night, 1:30, we finally, my girlfriend and I, there was 5 of us that had dinner. Pete didn't show. And then now he's blaming Rank for him not showing on Friday.
Yeah, I deflect. Yep.
Yeah.
So what are we doing Saturday?
Pass the buck.
What did I do Saturday?
Because at one point you messaged me.
What did I message you?
You messaged me about the game that was on the radio.
What was I doing Saturday? It's a good question.
It was only 2 days ago.
I know what I was doing. I was out at dinner.
Yeah, what was I doing? That I was listening to
the radio.
Yeah, because it was Pitt. I was looking for the Pitt Georgia Tech game, and I was getting the post game of the Oregon
USC
game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I went out to dinner Saturday night.
Go anywhere nice?
So all right, this is pretty funny.
There's a story.
We were about to leave to go out to do a little bit of Christmas shopping Saturday afternoon.
Mm.
We have some work going on at our house, and the guys who were doing the work showed up right as we were leaving.
Ooh.
So then we started talking to them. That turned into a whole 2-hour thing. And
so you did not get your Christmas shopping done.
we ended up, once we ended up going out to do, the Christmas shopping stuff, which we didn't really have our heart into. It was more like to get out of the house. We both were kind of like, I don't know if I really feel like doing this, which then led us to go to dinner instead. So we had dinner, and on the drive home, I was like, I wanted to listen to that Pitt Georgia Tech game, and it wasn't on. It was the post game of the Oregon
USC game.
USC game.
So we were in opposite spots then because I was at dinner when you messaged me.
Yep, I had just finished dinner. Then I went home, and I watched the game, but then that game wasn't all that great. Pitt was up big.
Yep.
And then I was flipping all over the place. And then yesterday I was up in Philly. Oh, my God, was that miserable. They had that run yesterday where every street was closed down. Every exit was closed, like Kelly Drive. Oh, it was miserable driving.
And of course, nobody warned you about this.
Well, it's the marathon, right?
I don't know what it was, but I wasn't happy about it. Yeah. But we were here Friday night. We went to dinner over at La Scala's Fire.
Oh, nice.
Really good. Then we hung out over at Villain and Saints. They had a good band going on.
That's a classic move for you.
And then we stopped at the Jingle Bell Bar.
Vintage Gill.
I actually went to a Jingle Bell pop-up bar for dinner on Saturday night. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what we.
I got talked into. I'm glad I did.
Yeah. Rank was with us. We had a couple other buddies with us and his wife. We had dinner. Then we had a couple drinks. Then we went to the Jingle Bell. We left about 1:30. I guess Rank stayed here till 6.
Yeah.
A.M.
Yep. And I just wonder if you're out there and you play slots, what possesses you to stay up until 6 in the morning?
Well, he said that he was staying at a different property and said that he hit big over at that property on Thursday night. Said he hit for like 1,600 on the slot. I can't imagine sitting at the slots all day or night. I just can't do it.
My grandmother used to do that.
A lot of people do it. Believe me, they got a slot tournament going on around the corner from us today. Every once in a while, we'll get here, and there's a line over there of people at the slot tournament. It's crazy.
You want to get some of these texts?
Yeah, I had to put myself in a little better mood.
All right. Well, hopefully totally don't ruin your mood. We'll go from the most recent backwards here. So we got George from Summers Point chimes in. Hey, guys, all it takes is one loss to the Cowboys. People are lining up to jump off the Waltman Bridge. Did the Eagles go to the Super Bowl last year, or was I just dreaming? Everyone needs to take a deep breath, says George at Summers Point.
George is not wrong, but I would say this, George. I've been talking about it for weeks, that this defense cannot bail you out every single week. You have to have some – and I'm not talking about a great offense. I'm just talking about an average offense. Their offense isn't average. It sucks. So that's the concern. The defense, I've been telling you for weeks, is good, but you can't say, oh, they're going to give up 6 points every week. I said, what happens – the week that they give up 20? Can you score 21? And the answer is no.
And now they're injured. Now they're banged up.
Or 21. They couldn't score 24. And now you've lost some guys. So now you're depending so much on your defense, and I don't even know that you can do that anymore. And I think at some point when you lose a game like this, George, does the offense start pointing fingers and say, we are not holding up our end of the bargain? We've heard from so many people from teams in the past, especially like those Eagles teams, like the Gang Green, where the defense had so much animosity towards the offense that they can never hold up their end of the bargain.
Right.
And you don't want to see that happen here. So the one loss does show the blueprint of how you can lose a game. Your offense isn't good enough, and your defense doesn't have a great day.
And to be honest, 24 points to the Cowboys is not that bad. I mean, I know Pickens killed you.
They gave up like 500 yards of offense.
They did.
But
they still, points-wise, I mean, 24 points, that's a winnable game, especially when you have a 20
I agree with that. I do agree with that.
The problem is, though, also is that when the offense turns the ball over, when Xavier Gibson makes that dumb play, like, you have to wonder how many of those, big chunk plays the Cowboys got, how many of those scores do the Cowboys get if Saquon doesn't fumble the ball twice and if Gibson doesn't make that dumb play?
And defensively, they didn't allow any points off those turnovers.
Sal Pal's point, though, about the field goal. They missed the field goal. You give them the ball at about midfield.
Right.
And they ended up scoring a 42-yard bomb, and then they scored 2 plays later with the Dak run when he goes flipping in. You end up getting the ball back, and that's when Saquon fumbled.
Yep.
So you had a missed field goal.
And a fumble.
Now, do you guys agree with Sal Pal there? Would you have punted?
I probably would. See, that drive is when they had the Smitty PI that backed them up. It was like they had the Smitty PI and then the A.J. Brown false start.
Right.
So that drive, it was like 1st and 25, I think, right? And then they wound up getting like to 3rd and 12 or something like that.
3rd and 7, I think, was
3rd
the
and 7.
They threw the ball to Goddard. Was
So,
the play.
I mean, that drive was like behind the sticks to start with. So maybe I probably would have punted or even gone for it there.
You're punting the ball from the 38-yard line, which
I'll probably go for it.
You almost going for it there. What was it down in distance? 4th and 7.
I'm pulling it up right now.
It would have been It was a 56-yarder, right? 58.
It was a 58-yarder.
It was a 56-yard field goal.
56-yarder.
It was 3rd and 12. It became 4th and 5.
Right, because he got a 7-yard pass to Goddard.
Correct.
So it's 4th and 5 from the 38.
38.
So if you go for it and you don't get it, let's say you got 4 yards and you're stopped a yard short.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's at the 34-yard line, as opposed to where'd they get it ball at the 46?
They got the ball at the 46.
Right, so that's a 12-yard potential swing there.
Correct.
Is that worth it to not get that first down?
No, it's
not. Or do
not.
you just punt it away and try to trap them? And at worst case scenario, you punt it into the end zone and they get the ball at the 20.
What I would have done is, and I know they would have never have done this, so I'm saying with the understanding that I know the Eagles would never be this outside the box, but I would have put out some like wacky formation out there, pretend like I was going for it, call a timeout, and then run a real play.
Yeah, they just basically lined up for a field goal.
Well, I did hear Sal ask that question in the post game about why'd you kick the field goal there, and he said I have confidence in my kicker. But
does that mean you don't have confidence in your offense?
That's the other side of it, because generally when you go for it on 4th down, it's, I have so much confidence in my offense, 4th down and 5, you're saying. The biggest play, it was a 3rd and 2 that they did not convert. And that tells me they don't have any confidence in their run game. Because on 3rd and 2 last year, you're running that ball, and if you don't get it on the first try, you're tush-pushing it. Even if you tush-push 2 plays in a row, 3rd down and 2, even if you get 1 yard, you do it again.
That was the Jalen sack, right?
I believe so. I believe the result of that drive was Jalen ended up getting sacked. It was 3rd and 2. They threw the ball. He ended up getting sacked.
And they had to punt.
And then that punt was the drive that Dallas ended up getting the field goal.
Yeah, so that was the last possession. It was 3rd and 2 at the Philadelphia 37.
Right.
And that's
3rd
when he got
and 2
sacked.
at your own 37. They didn't try to run the ball there, and that's when I said they just don't think they can run the ball. Like, you used to run the ball there, and if you don't get it, you're short, you tush push it.
Right.
Instead, they threw it, he got sacked, and then they had to punt it.
Let's get some more text in here, Mike. Rico chimes in and says, guys, the only way this version of the Eagles will repeat will be on the back of the defense. And I love that, says Rico.
He's not wrong.
Let's see here. We got Chris in Delaware. I was going to get a little more from you than that, but Chris in Delaware chimes in.
He's not,
he's not wrong.
That's like Captain Obvious there. I mean, no, you're wrong. This offense is explosive.
Well, you
what do you want me to say?
Well, you could have said that, it doesn't matter if the defense is good enough. The offense keeps playing the way it is.
But his point was if they do win, it's going to be on the backs of the defense. He's not wrong. They're not going to win a game 48-45.
Which, you say that, but this is a team that scored 55 points in the NFC Championship game not so long ago. And they just can't do anything right now.
Chris in Delaware chimes in and said, this team has been carrying Jalen Hurts for the last few years. Now Hurts has to step up and earn his money, and he just isn't good enough. Let's call it like it is, says Chris in Delaware. Hurts needs everything around him to be successful, and now we see what happens when one link of the chain breaks.
Jalen has a big he has no run game right now. He used to be a big part of the run game.
Correct.
He now has neither. And by the way, they did try to run a couple quarterback design stuff yesterday.
Yeah.
That didn't go so well. But that guy's not wrong. I mean, we all kind of realize that Jalen is what he is. He's not a guy that you're going to say, hey, we go back to when Sirianni did call the plays. He was throwing the ball like 40-plus times a game in that little 7-game stretch. That's not his strong suit. His strong suit is basically all the other intangibles, not, hey, throw the ball 52 times and we're going to win. So I don't want to say Jalen's at the top of the pie chart of why they have problems, but he's on it.
He's on the list.
He's a part of it. Absolutely. Absolutely. You're the quarterback, by the way. You're always a part of it.
Yep. James from Atlantic says, hey, guys, what was up with Sirianni today? He's doing a press conference earlier today. It didn't sound like he was doing it for last night's game. He was not giving us any feedback to any of the questions from last night. It's wild how Sirianni deflects, says James in Atlantic City.
He's word salad. We always say that. I mean, he doesn't give you much. The only time, and it got contentious a couple weeks ago when he didn't really like all the questions that were getting asked.
Yeah, what is this, a debate?
Exactly. But, yeah, James, you're right. He generally is very close to the vest.
He did say that when they got the 21-point lead, did you take the foot off the gas? And he said, no, we're still trying to be aggressive. And to me, if you're trying to be aggressive there and that's you being aggressive, then that tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, you're not aggressive enough, obviously.
Yeah, if they're trying to score there in the second half and they're not doing it, that's a problem.
It's just malpractice to say that they can't do what they want to do with the personnel they have on this offense.
It's just such a mess. And it's like they don't even know what they're doing half the time, which is why Phil and Brigantine is frustrated on the text board at 609-403-0973. Mike, you mentioned earlier about the penalties. It was ridiculous. It was sloppy. The Eagles looked unprepared at times. That knucklehead Matt Pryor had me furious in that illegal formation penalty. It was a great play to Goddard, by the way. Pryor said after the game he was supposed to be lined off the ball. Miscommunication going on. Really? Use your words, boys, says Phil and Brigantine.
That's what I tell my 5-year-old.
The not covered up penalty is one of the most frustrating ones. When the 79 reported he did not cover up it's like, oh my gosh. Like, that one is just a complete brain fart. Always. That penalty is always the most, frustrating. By the way, Dallas got called for a penalty on Clowney for his hand being in the neutral zone. That was weak sauce, too.
Well, it's almost like that was a call they made because of what happened the previous week, remember?
Horrible.
Yeah.
Let's
just say, the guy was talking about the penalties and all this stuff, and, I said Dallas had some terrible calls against them as well.
Absolutely.
That Clowney hand in the neutral zone. But Brady's trying to, you see right here, his hand is kind of no.
I
No,
guarantee you, if what happened last week versus the Lions didn't happen with the neutral zone, that play doesn't probably get called this week.
That was terrible. The other thing was terrible. The roughing
The punter. Squeeze in one more. Geoff from Ocean City says, we have 3 layups on our schedule to finish the year. Washington twice, then the Vegas Raiders. That should get you to 11 wins. Get one more over either Chicago, the Chargers, or Buffalo. You're 12-5. To me, that's good enough. Let's see who's healthy for the playoffs. See you in Maynard's and Margate, says Geoff at Ocean City.
Like that?
I like that, too. Now, listen, they're going to make the playoffs, but this, like a couple of years ago, is it going to be 10-7 in the wild card? I don't think they're going to fall to the wild card like they did in 2023. I don't think Dallas catches them. Now, does anybody feel that Dallas winning that game yesterday, this game on Thanksgiving for Dallas is gigantic?
Massive.
They play the Chiefs.
Yeah. Chiefs look good yesterday.
What do you mean they look good? They should have lost that game.
They
They're
barely
down
won the
20-3.
game. Well, they had a great second half to come back, force overtime, and win that thing.
They look good in coming back to win the game, but they look terrible for half that game. They looked like they were done.
Rashee Rice dropped 2 passes in that game. It was pathetic.
With that said, Colts kind of blew that game, yeah.
That being said, you got Dallas and the Chiefs playing each other. The loser of that game, it's like an elimination game.
Exactly.
I mean, that's unbelievable. And that's on Thanksgiving. And then the Cowboys play the Lions on the following Thursday night.
Yep.
Good stuff.
Juicy schedule.
Yeah. UFC 323 is here at the Fanatics Sportsbook. You can check that out December the 6th, 10 o'clock, right here. You can check out all the UFC action at the Fanatics Sportsbook. That's where we are today. When we come back, we'll wrap up today's show next here on the Sports Bash.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, get ready to get out of here. Tonight, we got Flyers hockey on Rock 104.1. We got NFL football, Monday Night Football, Panthers and the Niners tonight. I guess you're rooting for the Panthers.
I'm going to watch that. Bryce Young, I know I don't get to see a lot of Bryce Young.
Speaking of Bryce Young,
they're a
Josh,
6-win football team.
I was telling you about the Roku show.
Yes.
I was watching a little bit more of that one last night. It's when Bryce Young got drafted, and they're talking about him going number one, and then all the stuff that happened afterwards. And you see the Cardinals on the phone with the Texans trying to make that trade, because the Texans, if you remember, drafted C.J. Stroud too, but people forget they also traded up and drafted number 3, Will Anderson.
Will Anderson Jr., yeah.
And we see what that's done to their defense, Will Anderson Jr. But that's a good show. It's on Roku. It's called, like, The Pick is In, and it follows the draft from last year and the year before.
Sounds yeah. It's on my list of things to watch, which seems to be growing by the day.
What else we got today? Don't forget, tomorrow we're at Chickies and Pete's. Forgot about that.
Flyers tonight.
I mentioned that. Flyers on Rock 104.1.
Florida flavor this week. Sixers played the Heat yesterday. Flyers play the Lightning tonight. Sixers play the Magic tomorrow.
Yep. And then Flyers tonight, Sixers tomorrow. Flyers, I think, on Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday. They're on the road, yep.
Thanksgiving. We got a triple header for you here on 97.3 ESPN. Got all 3 Thanksgiving football games. Friday, we got the 3-pack. Eagles will be on 97.3 ESPN. Flyers at 4 o'clock will be on Rock 104.1. And at 7:30 that night, the Sixers will be on 97.3 ESPN. We'll have college football Friday night. Black Friday, the traditional Black Friday games. We got Texas A&M. Huge game. How about the ACC? There are 6 teams still alive to make the ACC championship game. If you go to the American Conference, that is like the most wild thing. They don't even have any idea who's going to play in their championship game. And championship weekend is next weekend. It's wild. All right, we got a great show today. Hopefully everybody enjoyed it. We're back again tomorrow. We'll be live at Chickies and Pizza in Atlantic City. Stop out tomorrow. Wednesday, we're live at Maynard's in Margate. And as always, thanks to everybody here at Fanatics Sportsbook, Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Great time as always. Appreciate them. And we'll be back tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. And don't forget, check out the live video. Go to the YouTube channel at Mike Gill Show. Hit the subscribe and ring the bell.